Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Michael,
Connor,
and Nick.
Hello. Should we ask Michael the thing from yesterday's crossover that when I was trying to tell my story, you were wrong about?
Oh, yeah. Michael, what's the fastest way to get from 90th and Dodge to here?
90th and Dodge to here. I would just go Dodge the whole way.
Me too.
Interesting.
It's
Thanks
the
for
fastest
saying
way.
that.
We actually did a contest over at KETV, me and a guy named Pete Sobey, who had a heart attack not long ago and is in great health now. So congratulations
Okay, good.
to Pete Sobey.
Way to go.
Pete Sobey claimed that taking 680 was faster than going straight down Dodge, and we did a race, and I beat him.
From what? From
Because he got on 680 there
Dodge.
At Dodge. He went back to 100, whatever that is, and got on 680 and went that way.
To
come-
60th?
Yeah, to 60th.
Yeah.
To get like heat to get,
get to
Dundee,
No, actually,
KTV.
we were going to this show. We were going to KTV
So
to get downtown. Then.
to get downtown.
Yeah.
That makes a little more sense.
To get downtown.
Yeah.
But I still beat him.
So we were saying, all of us, other than Happer, were saying that the fastest way to get here to NRG from 90th and Dodge is to get off on Cass from Dodge,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then just go all that
Okay.
whole way.
Why wouldn't you just? There's more light. Why wouldn't you just take Dodge straight down and just turn in here?
There's
Great
actually,
question, Michael.
There's actually less lights.
Yeah, there is.
But the lights are longer, right?
No.
because that light at Cass and 72nd Street, that's a long light by the mall.
But there's more lights on Dodge. More
Okay.
lights
But
total.
I know that light is very long.
Right.
You also run the risk of getting potentially sideswiped by a criminal.
Well, that is true.
No.
To be fair, that only happened to me once.
Oh, okay. I would
Yeah.
just stay on Dodge for me. It's easy for me to
Well,
stay on Dodge.
I
And I'll turn in here because it is legal to turn into a business.
Correct.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Now,
It's just annoying on Dodge.
Yeah, I don't care if I'm annoying you. It's my business. I'm going
Well,
to
it's
work.
not that it's annoying to you. It's
Yeah.
See,
annoying.
I'm
for me
No,
considering-
to
that's
turn
what I'm
left.
saying. I'm saying I don't care about the other people. I'm turning into a
That's right.
business. That's the law. Deal with
Me
it.
and Michael.
That's my thing.
Yep.
So know
see,
the rules.
some of us are more considerate, and we
Yeah.
look for
Yeah, I
it.
don't
We
care
have the
about you.
opportunity, we take it. But Josh famously did beat me back here when we were taking that route. He
Mhm.
beat me by He beat me by like 2 minutes.
on Cass.
He took Cass. I
Mhm.
took Dodge because
Yeah.
I wasn't familiar with the Cass run. So
Yeah.
People,
and I'll take his
Cass
word
run.
for it.
People complain about the stop signs on Cass, but stop signs are way quicker than stop lights,
Yeah, it all depends on what you have in front of you.
Yeah.
which is barely anything. On
Well,
the
no, it'd be
street.
like somebody in front of you who, is one of those people that takes a while to go. Like
Or
an
if there's
older
like
person.
7 people in front of you, you all have to take your
Yeah.
turn.
I think
Yeah.
being behind an old person at a stop sign is still quicker than being at a stoplight.
I mean, it depends. You can hit all the lights. How many times have you gone down Dodge and hit all the lights? It happens to me all the time.
It happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
I never get off the lights in Cass.
No, I mean all green lights.
Oh, green lights.
I've had all green lights many times.
Oh, that never. That
so
only.
I just dropped my son off at work before he got his own car. Thank God. I used to take him to Chick-fil-A. And it's so much easier in life now. But Chick-fil-A, and I would get the green lights all the time.
See, and I always get the red lights. I only get green lights if it's after 8 p.m.
Oh, okay. It doesn't change the thing until after 10. 10 is when the thing changes.
Cycles.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At 10 o'clock. Yeah. Which is fine. I don't mind a red light occasionally because then I can do some texting.
That
Checking
is true.
scores.
It's like check scores, do some
Checking
texting,
lines.
change my whatever podcast I'm listening to.
Nice.
That kind of thing as well. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are burying the lead.
Oh my God.
Is there news?
Yes, there is news today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching in on YouTube, you now know that he is wearing the jersey. This is the jersey. This is the
infamous jersey. It's still not a jersey. It's not a jersey. It's got no name. It's got no name on it. It's not a jersey. It is a baseball style. It is a football shirt.
It's a baseball
It's a
jersey.
football
Michael.
So
that-
they
no,
don't play baseball though. So
I understand that, but it is a baseball
jersey of a football team.
I have one too.
Why am I so dark?
You're on your
Well,
left.
besides my dad.
It's very interesting.
Besides my dad.
I think this is
I switched over twice.
I mean, besides that, my dad was fairly dark. Other than that, I switched it over to the anchor one, and I don't know why it would work.
Shut the window.
Is it plugged in?
Oh,
there it is.
There we
It
go.
was just gonna be black for a while there. Okay, good.
Turns out you just had the wrong camera.
That, is,
Oh,
camera.
that jersey button's all the way down. It has several buttons.
I
on
wish
it.
it did.
It's missing a button actually.
It's a jersey.
But I still love it.
It's not a jersey. Can you wear the game? Is the Saints gonna wear the game?
That's not the point.
That's what a jersey is. It's
Whatever
wear the game.
monstrosity the Saints are wearing in games, including
That
that
is
week.
true.
Mike,
Let me say this to you, and again, honestly, I don't give about jerseys or uniforms to who I don't. But the Saints fans loved it. They loved it. I could not believe my
These are the same people that eat ditch crabs.
my oldest your taste in food. Anyway,
I love
the oldest,
Crawdads are good.
my oldest sister was like, you know, we can get you one of those helmets if you want one.
And I was like, I'm good.
I'm not gonna. I'm planning anytime soon. I don't need a helmet. I'm good. And I do have I have a helmet in the house. It's signed by Joe Horn.
I have a Joe Horn signed helmet. It's the regular standard Saints helmet. Whatever color that
He
is.
didn't write his phone number on.
He did not write his phone number, which was funny. I do have Joe Horn's phone number though.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Well, I just brought up Joe Horn. So I have Joe Horn's phone.
Anyway, no, I'm not a uniform person, but they loved it though. It was a huge hit among the fan base. Even the two dudes that I hang out with that are Saints fans locally, they loved it too.
Maybe they're due for a rebrand. What should be the Saints' new colors, Michael?
Well, they're still black and gold.
Maybe they're due for a rebrand. That's what I'm saying. Maybe you should.
No, I don't think they'll ever leave black and gold. It means so much to the city. You know, gold is a huge Mardi Gras color.
Right.
So I don't think they would ever.
Why
change.
black?
Because you're not gonna do purple.
Why can't you do
Two
purple?
LSU
I'm
pills.
LSU and St. Augustine.
Well, but I'm not. But you see, I'm kind of surprised they didn't do that to try to gin up fan base to say, "Hey, we're the
It
same
didn't
color."
take anything to gin up fan base in a place that did not have football in the New Orleans area. There was no problem.
They're
Well,
very
it was either that
ginned
or
up.
had to eat ditch crabs.
It was
so.
pretty easy to do that. I don't know what to say. Crawfish are awesome and they're loved by people who have good taste.
I love crawfish.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
But there are people who have good taste. People who like, butterscotch caramel cookies.
No, there was no caramel in
That,
those
if
cookies.
it had caramel, it'd have been good.
No, it wouldn't. You
Oh yeah,
kidding?
this is the thing about John's wife's cookies, right?
Yeah, the
Okay.
butterscotch.
They were
cookies.
delicious.
They were so horrible.
They were absolutely delicious.
It was like that donut you get occasionally. It's in the 12 pack and you don't know which one it is. And you grab it. You're like, oh, what was that? It was that cookie.
Jelly inside.
It was like, oh,
It was delicious.
not good.
It was absolutely delicious.
But what a historic day with the Saints baseball jersey that is also a football jersey, the same jersey that he was wearing when he talked about all the things that Scott Frost did.
Yeah.
This is. The
I like
infamous
it because
jersey.
for some reason it makes me feel thin.
Yeah, it's a little loose.
It's thinning, so I
Yeah,
like
sure,
it. That's
sure,
why
yeah,
I wear
yeah.
it. It's thinning, yeah, more than anything else. Like today, I had on, a regular Jet Award polo and feeling fat, so I put this on to feel thinner. That's the only reason.
You
I wear
have
it.
several shirts on.
Yeah, it's
right
going to be
now.
like 90 degrees.
So here's why I have them on. When I leave here, I'm immediately going over to the stadium.
Mhm.
Where are we? Going immediately over to the stadium,
Yeah.
and because I'm up on a pit crew for Central High School for the
Oh,
band.
I
And
was
so
like,
we have
which
to-
stadium?
We have to
Ah.
wear our purple shirt. It's a pit crew shirt.
Dang,
It's
I
my
gotta.
pick.
What's
my
a
pit
band
crew.
pit crew
It's
do?
my pit crew. We push all up. You know where Central is?
Yeah.
You know where it's located, like on the hill?
Yeah.
So we push all of the drum line and frontline stuff all the way down that hill,
Oh,
and then back up the hill to the stadium, and then we take it down the hill and then back up the hill to the band room.
wow.
And we do that as parents. And so we're the pit crew parents. And so I'm in that
That
group.
really would be the best way to do it there, given how that school is laid out.
Yeah, it's not easy to do.
Oh, I
So
bet.
I'm immediately going. So I had the purple shirt on for that, and I always wear an undershirt because I'm from the South, and we
Mhm.
wear undershirts because you sweat, and that's a better way to do it, in my opinion. So anyway,
It's gonna be
that's
hot.
all. Yep.
Go
I mean,
Eagles.
93. They're not going to wear. My son, they were excited about wearing their uniforms for the first one, and they decided not to do it because it's going
It's
to be
gonna be
93.
warm. Yeah,
Yeah. So they're just going to go with the shirt and the regular pants and stuff.
that's
the,
all right.
The stream is saying that we are echoing.
Not
Yes.
anymore. It's
Okay.
fixed.
We're back.
Michael
Excellent.
didn't mute his mic
That
when he
was my
came in,
fault.
and I didn't realize
I
it.
didn't mute the mic. Mute the mic.
Moot.
Mute the mic.
Mute the mic.
That's
Taken care of.
Big
So
ones.
thank you for everybody in the stream for letting us know.
Central and North
Normally
tonight.
you can hear it. Yeah, and the last time they played
Yes, not
was
good.
2 years ago.
Yep.
But it was on a Thursday.
Mhm.
So it was the only game in town.
Mm-hmm.
There was
I don't believe
always
we'll
a
have the same
concern when
I
that
don't think
came.
we'll have the same problem we had 2 years ago.
We would always plan to open the season. Whatever happened to that tradition?
Well, they've been on the road. It's actually opening Central's home season.
Okay.
Yeah, because they were on the road.
Yeah,
They played
yeah.
South and
Bellevue
they played
West.
Bellevue West. Yeah, and so they're at 2-0. Woohoo!
Let's go.
Exciting. And now they have North, who they haven't beaten in at least a decade. I don't know the last time, but I can go back a decade. They haven't won in a decade versus North. So go Eagles.
I think we beat them my senior year. I want to say.
When was your senior year?
2000. The football season would have been 2009.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, I have that new thing I do where I tell you about Joey, things that happened before Joey was born.
Yeah, what's the acronym again?
Yeah.
It was before Joey was born. So
Before
BJWB.
Yeah.
BJWB.
Yeah.
BJWB.
Yes.
Yeah,
Before
before
Joey
Joey was born, because so many things have been happening with Nebraska that happened before
Before
Joey was born.
That
is true. Yeah, and so we did a whole bunch of those. Yeah.
We're surrounded by the youths now. I guess I am one of them, but there's people. It's weird having so many people that are younger than me now
Yeah.
in the media. They're like, "What's this program used to be good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I even remember that part."
So I'm going to 32,
33.
33. Jesus age. Congratulations.
Oh, all right.
Time to make things happen.
All right.
But yeah, so that's cool. Yeah. Young people are good. They bring
Oh, thank
freshness.
you, Michael.
They bring. I don't like Nick, but other than that, you bring freshness. You bring freshness to whatever you're doing. That's why we'd always encourage in the news department have young people in there. Then you also want people from West Omaha, North Omaha. You want people from everywhere.
Sure.
So you can cover stories that you wouldn't cover because you don't see. As a 56 and 53, 54-year-old, there's things that we just don't
keep
hear about.
lowballing ages. You're good at that.
Hmm?
You're good at lowballing ages by 1 year.
I think
a
the
good
last time
enough
I
guess.
talked to you, maybe you were 32. I don't know.
Probably.
The last time I asked you your age was when we were over at the stadium, over at the baseball stadium, because I found out you guys were pregnant.
Oh.
You came into the club seats that we were in.
Okay.
The little luxury booth box.
Yeah.
You came in there, and
Oh.
yeah,
was it for
2 years ago?
Yeah, it was for a Storm Chasers. Well, I probably
No,
would've been,
it was.
Oh no, it was
College World Series.
Oh, okay.
It's College World Series.
I probably would have been 32.
Yep. And you came in and you were like, and I was like, I always ask you when you guys are. Like, I am now. I was like, cool.
Funny you asked.
It was funny that you asked.
Funny you
Exactly.
asked.
Yeah. I was
I
like, well, how
didn't
old are you
ask.
guys?
And now
I had
that
my first when I was
baby is
34.
1 year old.
1 year old. Congratulations to the baby. From here on, I wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you. I appreciate
Because
it.
once they start being able to be really mobile,
She's moving.
It's work, boy.
She
Yeah,
can't walk yet.
There's
but
different phases of the work.
Of
I mean,
mobility? Yeah.
right now it's maybe not right now because she sleeps through the night, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Because that
she wakes up a little early, but
that's
we
the
put her to
first.
bed
That's
early.
the first chore.
Yeah.
Is okay. How are we doing this? Who's getting up when? That's the first chore. Then it's when they get mobile because then you got to look around. All right, we got to cover that outlet. We got to block these stairs.
Yeah.
We got to do this. We got to do that. We
Oh,
got to
yeah.
make sure there's no little things on the ground that he or she can.
You should
put
see
in
her.
mouth.
She's got scratches all over her body. I mean, she looks like she's just been
Toughen
through-
her up.
Yeah,
there you
she-
go.
yeah, she just falls on stuff.
What
She's
you
start
let them
throwing her
suck
in
it
a pen with
But
a
she
cat.
just falls down. She's a baby.
Oh.
I told you, babies bounce, John.
They do fall a
And
lot.
then, like we'll take her out front. We'll sit there on the stoop, and she'll just put a rock in her mouth. She'll start. I was like, "Don't eat that rock!
Don't eat that is like the most thing you don't put it in your mouth.
Yeah.
Don't eat that.
I'll have
It's
to
like-
retrieve a rock from her mouth.
It's a puppy and a baby.
Yeah.
Don't eat that.
Yeah, that is so true.
Don't eat that. Don't eat that.
She's amazed by everything, though. She hears planes, and she looks.
Oh,
up
she is
at-
your daughter.
Oh yeah, she loves the
She
planes.
loves
the planes.
Get her into
Okay.
flight tracker. Get her
She-
in early.
She waves at everyone she sees. She loves
That's cool.
dogs.
That's cool.
Does she say just da,
Oh yeah,
or she increased her sounds?
yeah. She has a variety of different sounds now, but
Mhm.
no like complete.
No
real
complete
Right.
one. And She
Yeah.
doesn't go, Dad, look, there's a mailbox.
No, no,
Dad, check out that plane.
nothing like that. She goes,
What's the tail number on that plane,
Right.
Dad?
Do you feel like you've now been around long enough that she now knows that you're dad?
I just crossed that threshold. Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
because we're getting close to that season where you're going to be disappearing again
It's true.
for long
You are gonna be
periods of
gone.
time.
That's true.
Yes.
Hopefully this weekend I can put in some work and she can, I could be around a little bit.
That
maybe
would be
she'll know.
good.
Yeah.
That would be good.
I have some props.
You got props?
I have props. I got this in the mail today. These are props plus a question for all of us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
All
first of
right.
all,
Topics.
this guy I know who sent me a bunch of stuff sent me a couple of Sports Illustrated.
oh,
All right.
You were,
Nice.
now, do you remember that team?
I do remember them. Yes, I do.
They're the
86?
New York Mets.
These are the New York Mets.
That's baseball.
That is
Michael.
based. This is Ray Knight. Yes.
Yes.
Famously married to Nancy Lopez in a couple days ago. So this is the.
oh, congrats on the marriage.
All right. So you got that. Now they're divorced now.
Oh.
And I believe he hit her. And then also this other one is of Steve McNair.
Nice.
And the reason why is because the guy was asking me, where was I when Alcorn came to Sam Houston State? And I actually called that game.
Whoa, did you?
And
Okay.
Sam actually cracked his sternum in the game. So he missed the rest of that game, had to leave the middle of the game, and then came back 2 weeks later to try to continue his Heisman thing.
Wow.
But anyway, my question is, if you could have any Sports Illustrated cover from the past, what would it be? Which one would you like to have? Like from your favorite team or something like that. Plus, there's this picture in the middle
of Damon falling on his
against
head.
UCLA.
That's amazing.
And it's the famous fumble.
That's awesome.
That then his quarterback told him.
No. That was
this is
that was the next year.
Okay, so he didn't fumble on this one.
I think he scored on that play.
Okay,
it was the year prior
he
at the Rose Bowl.
and they took him out. Okay, so
yeah,
so you have this in here. This beautiful picture.
Oh my God, upside down Damon.
This is actually in college football 100 years. That picture is in there.
Oh, it's a great shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot of him flipping upside down.
He's exactly upside down.
Yes, exactly. And his eyes, I believe, are closed because he knows this is going to hurt.
Because he's going to land straight on
his head. Exactly. So, yes.
Ah, boy. I can't recall very many Royals editions of the of
I
Sports
believe
Illustrated.
that, I'm not mistaken, isn't George Brett on the cover after the home run callback?
Oh, the
Pine Tar.
The Pine Tar incident?
The Pine Tar
I'm sure
incident.
Probably.
I'm sure he is.
And I'm sure they're also, the Royals are on the cover of the St. Louis Cardinals Royals thing. I'm sure that they're on that
Dankinger.
Yeah, I'm sure that's in there.
Yeah. See, those don't because I wasn't around.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be something you've seen before. I'm like a moment in your
but it doesn't
team's
really
history.
speak to me, you know?
Like a moment in your team's history that you'd like to have on a Sports Illustrated cover.
Oh, okay. So we're creating
It could be
new
created, or it
Sports
may have
Illustrated.
actually happened.
Okay.
I mean, you never know.
Okay, that's different.
I mean, they were doing 52 a year, and they do the special
Yes.
ones for the Super Bowl
Yes, they
and for
did.
the World Series and all those too. So you could have gotten a special one. Like, for example, I have the one that I wanted. There was one. The Saints started the season one year 7-0, and the Bears also started 7-0, and they were playing each other. And during the game, Bobby Abreu threw a touchdown pass and then high-fived his offensive coordinator, and the pencil went in his hand.
Oh, did it?
And he ended up missing the next game. They lost that game, and then he also missed the game after that because of the injury from the high-five pencil.
Unbelievable.
Yes. And so I actually have that Sports Illustrated cover
Okay.
where they're previewing that game coming up the next week.
It's a good story.
With the cover with
That
Bobby
is a good
Abreu on the
story.
cover.
Happer, I might have found one for you. It's
cool.
Make It Rain. It's the Resilient Royals. I'm not sure what year this is, but the Royals are stoked.
Is it the 15 or 16 one?
It might. I mean, it has to be. But then on the top is a college basketball preview. That's your kind of sport. That's your magazine.
So that's the one after they won in 15.
Yeah.
I hated,
And then
hated that one.
There's the Doug McDermott one. The Doug McDermott, Larry Bird. Which,
Oh,
Yes,
yes. That's a great one.
That one.
I remember that shoot. That took a long time to shoot.
Uh-huh.
Remember that the photographer
had,
was in there forever.
Yes.
There's a behind the scenes video on YouTube
Yeah.
still that I
Correct.
saw like last year or something like that. I think Rob probably tweeted it out or something like that.
I'm sure he did because he was probably there.
Oh, sure. He's taking care of business.
It happened in the old gym.
Yeah.
Yeah. The old
That was a. I mean, considering that Sports Illustrated really doesn't do magazines anymore,
Right.
Yeah.
or barely they do magazines. It's more collector's edition. That's when that to me was like, oh, this is cool. They're flashing back, going, what was it, 40? No, it wouldn't have been 40.
It would have been 79.
79, 78, 79. So whatever the years were.
Mhm.
But that's the one where I was like, and I remember Dad asked me because I had a
Would it have been-
bunch of different
2014? Is it 2014?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it was
13.
13, 14.
13, 14. Yeah. And so 78, 79.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I had a lot of people asking me to get that autograph for them
I bet.
from Doug
Yeah.
because, and then back when you were still collecting those things.
Yeah.
He has to have signed that 5,000
Oh, I'm
times.
sure
he
he
had
has.
to. He had to. He had to. They also sent me a couple cards. There's a Johnny Rogers one.
Who sent this?
This is Scott, who he sent me a couple things. His name is Scott Liggett. He lives in College Park, in Overland Park, Kansas.
I've seen that name before.
He sent me a Sports Illustrated
he?
a couple
Yeah.
years ago.
Pretty cool. And he sent me a bunch of Saints cards from
That's
back in the day. And then this is a Rick Upchurch one, since Rick is always at our event.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they sent a Rick Upchurch one along with the Johnny Rogers card.
If we were creating a Sports Illustrated cover
Yeah.
from a moment that didn't have a Sports Illustrated cover, now that's a different question. I wonder what that would be.
Are
Does-
all your best memories Royals? Is that your number one team?
I'd say it's probably Royals, Creighton basketball, Nebraska football, like probably Royals and Creighton, like a step above the rest of them.
Okay.
Would be that's where I go to first.
Has NASCAR or other racing series ever been featured on Sports Illustrated?
Oh,
or they mostly keep it to football.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
baseball?
I'll never forget the picture of Unser Jr. when he won Indy in 92 or 91. I remember that little Al.
Yeah.
It said Little Al on the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had the milk. Yeah, that's a famous cover. I'm pretty sure that was one.
Oh, I'm sure.
I think I saw it at their house. We used to go to their house quite a bit for events, and when I was living in Albuquerque, and you'd go there for anything. And then his daughter ended up having this horrible condition where she ended up being paralyzed from the chest down.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, and encephalitis. Right. And
Yes.
we went there a couple times, and I know he had a couple of Sports Illustrated pictures. I'm sure one of them probably was his brother, was his uncle, another one was his dad, and I don't know.
Yeah, there's been quite a few actually.
I ask because I'm on an SI Covers website where you just buy them and get them framed, and there's no racing on there. It's all
There's
just
no
it's
racing.
everything but racing.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even not Indianapolis 500 is such a big event. when
Yeah.
you were
Oh yeah,
growing up.
yeah.
That's what surprised
I'm
me.
trying to think.
Like if-
Mario's been on the cover. AJ's been on the
I'm
cover.
sure.
Richard Petty's been on the cover.
Yeah.
You know, it's there. They just maybe it doesn't.
What's
they
the
don't have it
most
organized?
What's the most famous Sports Illustrated?
Muhammad Ali.
Yes.
That
Well,
great shot of him standing over Sonny Liston from the top. They shot it from the top.
Yes,
That's an incredible picture.
obviously the very first one because it was the first one.
Who was on it?
It was a picture of a Braves game in Milwaukee.
Oh, okay.
It was just the stadium.
So you have one here that has Earnhardt when he died. There's a Dale one.
Yeah.
That
We
cover.
lost Dale.
Then there's I don't know who that is. Oh, Dale Jr. gets his Intimidator on, and there's that cover.
What?
Oh, here's a Thriller at Indy. This is Danny Sullivan.
Oh yeah, with
Yeah.
the spin and win.
Yeah, the spin. So that's in there. That's a good one. We saw that car at we went together to that, right? Yeah,
To the 500.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we went to the
museum.
little museum. Yeah. That was pretty
Oh
cool.
yeah, we saw that.
So I found it. I just had to specifically type in Dale Earnhardt Jr. But they
Yeah, I put in
include-
Motorsports.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what I got.
That's where you got it.
Yeah, I put in Motorsports. There's a lot of them in here.
I thought so. I thought they were.
There's one with Dale as old Dale and then young Dale together.
Right.
Yeah, Dale Jr. It's cool.
I mean, to a lot of Nebraskans, one of the most famous ones was the immovable force. The one with the Nebraska and
1 and 2.
Oklahoma helmets colliding.
That used to be next to the elevator.
Yeah.
Used to be there. Not as a TV, that monitor there.
Well, they took all the covers down?
Yeah, there's a monitor there now.
Because they did have a display of all the covers that featured Nebraska on it. There was also the one of Rick Burns when they upset Oklahoma in '78.
Was it Sports Illustrated that had when they moved to the Big Ten, the Big Ten's new bully? You know, they had like Crick
and Sue?
Sue was gone.
That I think
Crick
was an
Crick-
Athlons or something.
And Crick would have been gone, right?
Crick
Did he
was
leave in
on
swing?
there, and he was with like Landry Jones from Oklahoma.
Oh.
I think
that
it
was
like,
an Athlons.
and it said Nebraska, Big Ten's new bully.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't remember if that was Sports Illustrated.
I want to say that was an Athlons, like a college preview.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that
I don't
was
remember
Sports
that one.
Illustrated.
They were not the Big Ten's new.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I don't even know what the cover was when the Cubs won the World Series. I don't have that one.
I remember that because it says Jinx fixed or something like that, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure.
I guess I've never.
I
I
thought
guess
I
I've never
remembered that.
seen it.
I thought I remembered that.
Is it not just Cubs win?
Cubs win.
Oh, you got to do something special with it.
Oh, there's Danica Patrick.
Yeah, I saw the Danica Patrick one.
Was that an actual cover or was that the swimsuit issue?
That was an actual one. Ooh, the 72 Indy 500 Sports Illustrated goes kind of hard. I like that.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, Chicago has a new goat all the way. It's
The goat. I knew it had something to do with the Jinx.
It's a picture of Anthony Rizzo
which makes sense.
raising his arms in the air.
Remember Anthony Rizzo?
He is retiring. Yes. I do remember him.
The 1967 Indy 500 Sports Illustrated is that's my pick. It looks really cool.
There is one, the special one that you'd get if you bought that package.
Mhm.
Says Cubs win.
There you go.
Okay.
The
Sports
special
My
one.
son bought me the one when the Rams won the Super Bowl.
What's
I
that
have
one?
that one.
That's the bully one.
It's college football, Sports Illustrated,
Oh, it is a
Nebraska,
bit-
the Big
it
Ten's
is an
new
SI.
bully.
And that's
God,
2011?
It's Andrew Luck, Landry Jones, and Jared Crick.
2011?
It would have been 2011,
2011,
summer
huh?
2011. Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm on the.
It also has.
Yeah, there is the Sports
Who else is on
Illustrated
there?
covers
Who are
site.
these other two guys?
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
What schools are
So
they?
it would have been probably Trent Richardson would be my guess. Alabama running back number 3.
Yep.
John.
And
Yep.
then Alshon Jeffrey, maybe
South Carolina.
South Carolina number 1.
Yeah.
There's one from 1999 where David Pearson is the Winston Cup driver of the century and Dale Jarrett is the driver of the year.
That's an interesting one to
Isn't
say the
it?
least.
Joel tweeted that one out, the one about Sports Illustrated, the irresistible Oklahoma meets the immovable Nebraska. Greg Pruitt and Jerry Taggy, correct?
No, on
Who's
that cover.
15?
That's I think it's Bob Terrio. I think it's a linebacker.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
And
interesting. So
I
this
I
was
know
like
Pruitt.
so the
Yeah, it's
Nebraska
definitely
one,
Greg.
Yeah.
the Big Ten one that was like a regional cover. It looks like because there's a couple of them
Oh, yeah.
where they have the same guys on there. They're just in different orders, and one says Alabama like here to stay.
I remember
or
when they started that, and
Stanford best in the West.
I thought it was kind of cheesy that they started doing that because it was special. It was like absolutely special for you to be on Sports Illustrated's cover. Do you remember when Dan Patrick used to predict what the cover was going to be?
Yes.
On his show. That was a
yeah.
big thing he did on
Good
his
bit.
show.
Good bit.
That was back when he had he was doing the last page of
Yes.
Sports Illustrated, and because of that. But that was cooler then when you were the one.
Do you remember the Saints cover?
I have it in my house. I have it in the house. But I have no idea what it says. It's right to my left of where I sit in the chair.
Do you know who's on it?
Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Saints Heaven Sent.
Heaven sent. Heaven sent. Yeah.
There's one from
And I have no
1970
idea what color uniform they had on.
They were wearing white with gold pants.
White with gold pants. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
There's
When they
one-
won the Super Bowl, they were wearing white with gold pants.
They were wearing white over gold. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I actually remember the NFC Championship game much more vividly because I was there.
Yeah.
And I do the Super Bowl because I remember about the middle of the fourth quarter, right before the Porter interception. I remember sitting there and I was with Todd Andrews, Saints fan, Eric, Courthouse Eric, who was just there to support me, and he had a cigar. And he goes, I'm going to give you the cigar. And like seconds later, Porter picks it off and goes the other way.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What
It
a
was
moment.
amazing. It was a great moment. It was a great moment. Special people in my life being there for me when I was there, when that happened. That was
Sorry,
awesome.
Nick. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, sorry, Nick.
No worries. There's one from 71 with Sir Jackie Stewart before Formula One when he was a Can-Am driver. They called him the best driver in the world. Jackie Stewart.
He made so much money
He did.
as a pitchman.
He
As
did.
a pitchman, he was on everything when we were when I. we
Oh
were
yes, absolutely.
Then he went on to have a very successful Formula One team and career.
in Korea.
Yeah.
No, career. Oh,
Korea.
Korea.
Career.
Oh, okay. I was like
Career.
I was like, sweet.
Here's a fun one with Dale Jr. and Juan Pablo Montoya.
Really?
Who did Pablo marry?
I don't know who Juan Pablo
He
married.
married an actress,
he?
didn't he? I thought.
He might
The
have.
actress? He's back as a correspondent for F1 TV. Makes me happy to see him back in Formula One.
By the way, if you're looking for a Christmas gift for Michael and you want a Sports Illustrated cover, there's also one of Mike Ditka as the coach of the Saints.
Is that the one where he has this? That
the
the one with
cigar.
Ricky?
No.
Oh,
it's-
okay. Because there's a one with Ricky where he's got the.
Was that a cover or was that just
I thought that was a
photo?
cover where he has the dreads on
Where he has,
and
yes.
he's standing next to Ricky. That was out of all the bad days in my life. Out of all the bad days in my life, when he traded away, you don't realize how into the draft I was still at that part of my life.
Yes.
I was a 7-round every pick.
I can't imagine.
I wrote a 300-page.
That sounds horrifying.
Okay,
did.
that's how into it I was.
He did. This was like the Saints trading away New Orleans for Michael.
And I remember when the moment it happened, and I don't drink now, but I drank then. And we just bust out all kind of liquor. I was so angry about that trade for Ricky Williams and trading the entire draft away.
Stinking draft.
So I still hate Mike Ditka now. When he fell off the stage with the bad, I was cheering.
That's terrible.
Cheering when he fell off the stage. I hate that man.
That is terrible.
Hate him. I know you're not supposed to say bad things about people, but I hate that dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was who thinks that the New Orleans Saints are one running back away? Who thinks that?
Yeah.
But Mike Ditka,
He was pretty cool though.
True.
Ricky Williams was awesome.
big dummy. No, I like one of the nicest people you could possibly talk to. Just nice.
Well, that's
had-
because he's always so mellow.
Well, he had gotten off the weed when he was in Miami. Remember this? He famously quit. And we had him on for something. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was something to do with the Doak Walker Award or something. We had him on. We interviewed him. He was great. But at that point, he had stopped smoking the weed. And then he realized, you know what am I doing?
I should probably keep doing that.
So much happier.
He's got to have like a podcast or something about
A podcast? Yes, he does.
Yeah, podcast.
He
Yes.
definitely has a podcast.
That guy is definitely talking somewhere.
Yes. He became kind of what do you call those people up in the mountains when you're
A recluse.
No. Like when you're it's a religious thing where people come like a shaman. He became like a shaman.
Oh yeah.
That's what he became.
That's
Well,
usually
it helped. The dreads helped. I mean,
It's a natural progression.
It
It'll do that
completes
for
the
you,
look.
won't it? Yeah.
It completes the look.
smoke a bunch of weed and become a shaman.
everything is fine. Everything's okay. I had a buddy of mine the other day said, "Yeah, I got to go to Missouri and get some fireworks." And I remember thinking to myself, "Why am I getting fireworks?" And I was like, "Oh, you're
Fireworks.
Joking. You're joking.
Mm.
You're not talking about actual fireworks." Apparently, Missouri has other things that are legal too besides fireworks.
Stibbs tweeted us a Sports Illustrated cover.
I don't remember this one. Of course,
Von
I wasn't
Miller.
really looking at Sports Illustrated covers then, but
This was a.
this was Vaughn getting that was the fumble recovery for the touchdown.
Well, that was like the only interesting part of that entire game, wasn't it?
Well, that and when Cam decided not to recover the later fumble.
That's right.
But that was about it. Yes. That was kind of a bland game.
Yeah, Cam Newton was awesome.
And now he is one of the worst announcers
Yeah.
since Eric Dickerson, Emmitt Smith, and O.J. Simpson.
Joe
He was
Montana
on-
wasn't very good either.
Joe
He was
Montana
on
was really bad
TV.
in the studio.
In the studio.
In the studio.
Cam Newton was on TV this morning, and it was on ESPN. He was on First Take, and he's got his giant hat on with all of
Yes.
his,
I mean,
he's
honestly,
got a podcast.
Did you watch it? Yeah, he has a very popular podcast. Did you watch the Amazon game?
Yeah, last night.
No, the Amazon game that was from Brazil.
No, that was YouTube, you mean?
YouTube, sorry.
Yeah.
YouTube
I actually
game?
didn't know. I was
So
doing
in the
soccer.
YouTube game, they did a halftime with him and Kay.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, Kay turns to him and goes, "So you got anything on the game?" And he goes, "Nah, just having a good time."
Yeah.
And all I can think of is the line from Major League. It's not the best analyst in the business. I mean,
That's
wow.
why we pay him the big bucks.
That guy's so good.
They had so many other people on that broadcast. They couldn't put like one or two more people on the panel just
Him and Kay.
just so he could have his little one-liners, and then you move to someone else who's actually paying attention.
I felt bad for Kay. He was like, I thought he was going to give me some analyzing of the first half, and he did not.
Meanwhile, you had those guys last night on Amazon, and there's 40 of them.
There's 5 of them right now.
Yes.
5 of them. Yeah. And I do like the offensive lineman,
Andrew
Whitworth.
West Monroe High School.
Andrew Whitworth in his hoodie underneath his
The
jacket.
hoodie under the jacket.
He, I did a story on him his junior year at West Monroe High School. It was him and a guy named Smalling with the 2 left tackles, and they're both going to LSU. And their head coach Don Shows allowed me to come in and sit in
Nice.
on O-line meeting to try to teach me O-line. It was
That's awesome.
incredible. Yeah,
That's
and
the
Whitworth just
dream.
retired not that long ago.
That's what you want to do. Like,
Yeah.
you want to go
You
and
want to
actually-
sit and
yeah.
learn. That's how
Yes.
you sit and learn from a
Absolutely.
coach. Yeah.
Especially the ones that are smart enough to kind of speak your language.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
George
Exactly.
Darlington was very good at that.
Exactly, and that's why he still teaches the class today.
Yeah, George
He
is
still
great
does.
at that.
Still
And
does
he
that.
makes it entertaining.
Yeah.
He's
They should do
Those are-
more of it. I believe instead of going the opposite way and not having as much opportunity for us to see stuff, they should go the other
Oh.
way and
It
dump
is
stuff on us.
So it is the most
Dump it on
informative
us.
thing that
Yeah.
you could
Yes.
do.
It was like Bo. If you ever got Bo kind of alone, or even at Big Ten Media Days when you're at that table and you ask him football questions, he would give you great answers
Yep.
for your football
Mhm.
questions.
Mhm.
You know, it's just when he was in front of everybody and there was cameras on him and stuff. But
yeah.
other than that, yeah, they should want to teach you. They should want you to know. You know, like Sip always Chattel always talks about writing something and then getting the phone call from Milt
Yeah.
explaining to him actually what happened in
Yeah.
the game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know,
You don't know what you're
that's the
talking
kind of
about.
stuff you want.
Ed Foley would be good at that.
And Foley would be great with that. Oh yeah, yeah. He's a fun guy to talk to.
And instead of just you coming to him, you just meet him at some random Nebraska
Runza.
cafe.
Yeah, yeah. He said he's been to 87 schools.
That's incredible.
87 schools
That
in the
is
state
incredible.
of Nebraska, which is
Nice.
I know there are a lot, but are there
there's more than that.
Are there
There's more than-
87 with players that possibly could play at Nebraska?
Probably not.
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
Okay, just checking.
They're used
You
to
take out all of the D1, D2, 6-man for the most part.
I mean, there's got to be
I mean, Carter Nelson obviously was an 8-man.
how many high school football teams do we have in the state?
There's got to be 200, huh?
Yeah. A
lot less than
I
there
was
used to be.
thinking 250.
much less.
You
than
know
it
where
used
it
to be.
is? It's in,
well, now is it?
Dirk's great college. Remember that 6-piece he did on how much harder it was going to be?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's how that part is dying.
But the thing is, that's dated because some of the schools
that was years ago.
have dropped off.
Dropped
Now,
off.
now as far as
consolidated.
11-man football,
Yeah.
in 11-man football, let's see, there's probably, what is there in Class A? About 32
30
teams,
some,
and then Class B is about the same, and then the C1 and C2. There's probably, 120 11-man football teams in the state.
So many of them like
Maybe a
co-op
little
now
more.
with like 6 different schools.
There's so many
Yes.
co-ops now, which is good too. I'd rather there be a co-op
Yeah, like,
than
let 'em
losing
play.
the ability to play football.
Correct.
Because there's a bunch of schools right now. I doubt Benson finishes the season.
Yeah.
South
Yeah.
might not finish the season.
I mean, that is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking
Didn't
about
Oakland decide they weren't going to? Was it
Oh,
Oakland?
Yeah, they didn't have the numbers.
yeah,
Oakland Craig.
Yeah,
they
Oakland
didn't-
Craig.
they're
I
not
mean,
playing at
that's
all.
just sad that those kids who want to play they can't, or they're in a situation like 31 total Class A's.
31.
It says 31. Yeah,
31.
that's what it says on here.
No, I believe you. I believe you.
It is a picture. This is from 2021 football classifications, and it shows 31 from Omaha South through Lincoln Pius the 10th. And Lincoln Pius the 10th, it's by enrollment.
Mhm. Pius is no longer A though.
So this can't be.
There's a couple of them that fluctuate between.
Yeah, they bounce back and forth. Pius has bounced back and
what's
forth.
going to happen
Columbus
with
is
Gretna,
down.
right? With the new Gretna school
Now they have Gretna East and-
opening,
Yeah.
and then Bennington, it's going to happen to them.
Well, Elkhorn North is going to go up, but then Elkhorn High. And
They're
then
B now, right?
Elkhorn North is.
Yeah, but B.
Well,
but
they
Elkhorn,
all
regular
are.
Elkhorn,
They all
yeah.
are B.
But they're gonna go
Except
by
for
themselves.
South, right?
Yeah,
Elkhorn
Elkhorn.
South.
Yeah, that's
is-
definitely.
South is
Yeah. They're a good team. And then Bennington's going to open another school.
Bennington's doing another
Yeah.
high school coming up,
Which
in a
is
couple
crazy.
Years.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thought that Bennington's
Paul,
gonna
you
have
should
2
see it out there,
schools.
man. It's not even. Yeah, it's.
Oh,
It's growing like crazy. It's like
I
weeds.
drove past. I drove out that way for the first time in years a couple of weeks ago.
Did you hit 168? Did you make it there? 156, excuse me.
Well, this was driving back to Fremont. We were
Oh,
coming
okay.
through, and so I was going the old way we used to come to town, and I didn't recognize it.
If you're on their main drag,
Yep.
At 156 now, there was nothing there a year ago.
Yeah.
Now there's a Macavica, a store, a sandwich
Jimmy
shop.
John's. Yep.
Jimmy John's sandwich shop. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
One of my friends moved to Bennington when we were kids, neighborhood friend. And it was like he was moving like across the country to
Oh.
a tiny town.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and now it's just Omaha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's just,
Yeah.
just connected.
One of Miles' friends moved to Louisville.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God, he's moving so far away.
Yeah.
And like, it's not really
No.
It's
anymore.
what, 25 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where you're driving from in Omaha, but yeah, it's not that far away.
Not very far. Yeah.
Not at all.
So,
All right, there's
Okay.
your crossover, powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Busy weekend?
Yeah, just a couple volleyball games.
Okay, awesome.
3 volleyball
good.
games.
Want that daughter to know who you are when you leave for
That's right.
the 6 months or whatever.
We'll be at home probably more than not,
Good.
That's good.
which is better than last weekend.
That is
Fantastic.
awesome.
Great.
All right, we'll
Bye.
continue on with the Grum
Thanks, Connor.
here on 1620 The Zone.
Hot weather on tap here for your Friday afternoon. High temperatures, lower 90s, especially once some of these clouds finally move out and we get a little more sunshine. Into the late evening hours, we will drop back into the 70s outside. Overnight,
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
One beer Friday before the last big blowout of the year. Well, maybe it won't be the last big blowout. I mean,
Wow, you
hey,
really think Houston
Northwestern-
Christian's going to do that well, huh?
What?
Huh?
You are weird.
Yeah, it's
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I don't think I've spent more time on a game I care about less than this one.
yeah, I know.
And it's not a Nebraska thing.
And
It's
no
not a
offense to
Nebraska
Houston
thing.
Christian.
Well, I mean, yeah, true.
I mean, it's a little bit of Nebraska thing. Matt Rule did schedule the game.
Listen, if I was the commissioner of college football, these games would be outlawed.
It should be.
Outlawed.
Dan didn't schedule this, right?
When did Houston Christian come up?
Last year. Because I
Oh,
know
it was last
we
year.
didn't know
Yeah, that's
who
right.
it was going to be, and all of a
Oh.
sudden they said Houston Christian. We all went like,
I'm
who?
guessing that it was at Rule's suggestion because
Sure.
remember they've had
They've had
relations
there, yeah.
with the coaches
Sure.
in
Having their
terms of
clinics down there, yeah.
clinics and camps and
that's true.
whatnot.
That's
so.
true. That's true. That's true.
Anyway,
They just really like the CVS.
They do like the CVS, yes.
they do like the CBS.
Which is too, because CVS is awesome. You get your points. They give you discounts.
Sure.
They do a great job. No offense to anybody else, but CVS I like.
Well, speaking of CBS, there's Elena from the CBS at in Houston, telling us what our Grum Down is today. Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. What is an acceptable margin of victory?
100.
Wow.
I discovered today, almost by accident,
Yeah.
a Husker futility streak that would, should end tomorrow.
Gotcha.
One that is the longest all time. We're going back to 1890.
Wow.
The beginning of the Grum their program.
There,
our program.
not this one. Yeah.
Tony Boon is going to join us, formerly of the
Yeah,
Omaha
Tony.
World Herald. Covered a lot of Bud.
Bud Crawford, historian.
A Bud Crawford historian,
Yes.
indeed. Crawford, Canelo tomorrow night. When is, well, I should-
10:30, 10:45. Right around
It's
there.
boxing. It'll happen when it happens.
Right around there. Yeah.
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 You
It-
know.
A
And
Bud-
they have the co-main event, well, the undercard main event is a fight that should be competitive. So it's Vargas and
Do we
it's
know
one of the sons of Fernando Vargas, and that could go 12 too, so or 10.
how many fights are on the undercard?
I think there's like 8.
Do you think? I don't
Was
think
only a
they're
certain
not
amount
all-
are on TV, and then a
Yeah.
certain amount are not.
Right.
So maybe it's just 8 on TV. But the one that's going to be right before Bud and Canelo, I believe most people are predicting is going to go the distance. So
Okay. Well, we'll talk about the fight coming up.
A buddy of mine is having us over for a get together tomorrow night, and he's like, "Oh, the fight's gonna be on." I'm like,
Yeah.
Is it though? Is the fight gonna be
it'll
on?
be on Netflix, baby.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be on?
Well, no, because when I hear the fight, if it's gonna start at 10:30, I don't know if I'm waking up early tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna be awake.
Well, the
by
fight is tomorrow night.
He's saying he's got to wake up early tomorrow.
Yes.
That means by that time he'll be tired.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
sleep.
well, take a nap when you
sleepy.
get back here.
That's what I'm gonna do. A nap. I'm gonna do a nap.
Yeah.
It's like
do a nap.
with game, then the game, then come back, and we're obviously gonna watch some football. But I'm gonna try to get a good hour nap.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Do we really have to play this game? The answer is yes.
You do have to play it. Yes,
You do
by
have to play
rules,
it.
you do have to play it.
SEC and ACC will take center stage. We'll preview some of the bigger games of Week 3.
Nice.
The Eagles and Chiefs and the rest of Week 2 in the NFL. Kent's Movie Club this week. We had to call an audible because Michael forgot he picked this movie last year.
That's what I was told.
Yes. We have video
and it
evidence.
was on my sheet.
Oh, I completely believe you.
It's on my sheet.
We talked about it, and you're like, no, I don't think we've done that. And we asked Kent. And
I
Kent was
had
like,
not
I
done
think.
it.
He goes, I think we did it, but I'm not sure if we did it or not.
Because you picked it last August because I wasn't here.
You weren't here,
so I wouldn't have seen it.
One of my favorite movies.
A reminder that our YouTube channel has a playlist of all our movie club picks.
I should have gone
discussions.
I should have
That's all right. Alto Knights is our movie this week. We got predictions. It's One Beer Friday presented by Cross Drain and the Super Friends Roundtable. Jack Mitchell will join us on the 5 o'clock.
You did miss something.
I did what?
It should say, is this the end behind Eagles Chiefs?
Is this the end?
Is this the end
of their?
Is it over?
Mm.
Is it over? Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
Nice.
No.
Is it over? I mean, look at them. Defensively, they couldn't get a stop.
Right.
Running the ball, they're average.
Mm-hmm.
All the wide receivers are hurt.
Yes.
You got a 36-year-old tight end.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line still hasn't come together.
Right.
Is it over? Is this it? Wow. Do they become the team that has the great quarterback, like many have, the Packers and others, that have a great quarterback, but don't get back?
But can you think of a team who goes through a run, keeps their great quarterback, and falls off the planet? Because usually,
well, it's the Packers, obviously. I mean, you have Aaron Rodgers, who is a dominant player, who's considered to be, if not the best, one of the top 3 quarterbacks, and then never got back.
I would say I'm comparing the Chiefs to the Patriots, to the Steelers, to the Cowboys. You know, the teams that have won multiple Super
When did
Bowls.
Aikman go out? When did Aikman go out? It was like 99 or 2000. So he comes in 89. Comes in 89.
Yeah.
And when does he have the concussion where he's done?
I thought it was like 99 or 2000.
So that would have been another 4 years after.
Yeah.
After winning the last Super Bowl.
True. I guess that's possible. But to make the argument, in their prime.
Yeah, he was only in the league for 10 years, 12, 11 years, right?
Yeah.
He came in 89, I believe that was his, because 88 was his senior year at UCLA, I'm pretty sure. 89 comes in the league, and if he's done in 99, you said, that would be 11-year career.
Well, these guys argue about this. I'm going to remind you that if you hashtag One Beer Friday, you have a chance to win $25 to Cross Train.
And how do you hashtag? We're just still talking. Sorry.
2000 was his last year.
2000, so 12 years in the league?
So after the Super Bowl, they went 10-5.
Yeah.
Lost to Carolina in the playoffs. And then it was 6-10, 7-4. Because this is the record when he was there. So 7-4 didn't go.
Yeah.
Then he played 14 games and 11 games. 2000 was it.
Yep.
So 12 years in the league.
So
I guess that might be.
Yeah. That's kind of that's comparison. They fall off that way. It's just really difficult to see them in the way the league is set up and with the amount of talent that is at the top of the AFC and kind of at the NFC too, that you could see it all of a sudden just being done.
You could.
And it happened, and it's happened before where it's a loss in a Super Bowl, but not often.
Mm-hmm.
You have that situation, and then the injury bug, they just can't escape it.
No.
I mean, it's suspension and injury bug.
Yeah.
Now, I hear that there's a good chance they may trade for Tyreek Hill.
Oh, good.
And bring him back.
Good.
So
take him.
But he's under investigation by the league, and he might have to sit out X number of games.
Plus, he may be washed.
But
true.
Consider this: he won't be on the Dolphins anymore, and I'll be happy.
That is, you don't have to worry. I mean, with him or without him, you go 2-15 or 3-14.
No, usually
you're gonna be one of the. It's gonna be the Saints. It'll be you guys. It'll maybe the Giants. I think Cleveland's be better than people think. I mean, that's kind of the grouping.
There's only been one season that McDaniel's been the head coach.
He won't be the head coach in like 4 weeks.
Yeah, but
I mean, he'll be done. He'll be gone.
Then you can invite him to your Magic the Gathering.
He'll be like 0-5 or something like that, and then he's gone. And I'm not ripping on you. I'm just saying they are bad.
I know.
Yeah. They're really bad.
They're bad.
And if they're going to win, it should be this week, because how bad and I told you the Patriots going to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
How bad were the Patriots last week?
I did not see any of the games.
They looked really bad. We talked about it. You got 2 rookie offensive linemen.
Yeah.
You got a second-year quarterback who, I'm not saying he's not going to be good, but he could be good.
Right.
You got
new coaching staff.
Can't decide who you want your running back to be. The most exciting player in all the preseason got like 6 snaps, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. I feel for the people who drafted him in fantasy. And you look at their defense, which was really solid last year, is kind of redoing the defense.
Yeah.
And their best player, Christian Gonzalez, I believe he's out because he got hurt last week. The cornerback.
Okay.
I think he's out. So, they're not very good. The Dolphins aren't very good. You got 2 teams that aren't very good. I think it's a 1.5 line. It's really tight.
It is tight. It's a tight
So if they're
line.
going to win a game, it'd be this week.
Beringer fan taking exception to Michael. As long as Mahomes is elite, the Chiefs always have a chance.
Oh, definitely a chance.
Jeff says, did Mahomes and or Andy die? Then it's not over.
Well, that's the point. Can they become a team that has a dominant quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
Favre is a good example of this too. That's a dominant quarterback that he stays good, but team doesn't ever get back.
Oh, it's very possible.
I mean, you can argue from 2010 through 2016, Drew Brees was an elite quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to an NFC championship game and they lost multiple times in the playoffs. They never got back.
Right.
And had a loaded team.
Mm-hmm.
Had one of the best drafts in the history of the draft and never got back. So it can happen.
It will likely happen.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's over, but it could be over. That's why I said, is it over?
Is it over?
Is it over?
It's
And that's
not
me
over,
hating
baby,
them.
till it's over.
Exactly. And that's not me hating Kansas City. It's just wondering out loud. They're in a bad spot right now.
They're in a terrible
I hate
spot.
Kansas
and,
City. It's over.
Yeah.
and let's face it,
It's a bad spot right now.
no one's winning the Super Bowl this year outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin. So
The defense is really good.
the defense is really good. They need to finish drives.
Yes. You know, the problem they have is they have a quarterback who's not precise. He's reasonably accurate, but he's not precise. How many times does he
And
miss
he's
a shot?
just careless enough to.
The
get
idea
you
of
into trouble.
precision is I'm throwing you the ball, and the ball is coming to you,
Yeah.
and you're running that way.
Yes.
And I put it where it needs to be for you to continue running.
Right.
I
Yes.
not only do that, but I put it in a spot where you don't have to break stride, move your eyes, or anything. That's precision.
It's
I
basically
don't know
it's
why
a-
you're mansplaining precision to me.
But for football.
It's
Not
a
the
long-
word.
it's a long
but for-
handoff.
But
No,
for football.
I understand that.
It's not everybody. I mean, it's not a word. It's an analytic word that gets used when you do the breakdown of how accurate a throw is. People say accurate all the time, and I always tell people you can be accurate, doesn't mean you're precise.
Right. Is there anything you think Love could fix that, or do you think it's just kind of there?
No, what I think you have it naturally.
Mhm.
I think you can get better at it. You want a great example of
sure.
it is Baker Mayfield
Yeah.
and what he has developed into, and he's become really good at doing it with pressure. At one point during his career, he was the 31st, 32nd, 33rd ranked quarterback
Mhm.
in terms of accuracy under pressure. He has completely flipped that now.
Yes, he has.
So you can get better that way.
Mhm.
But I believe if you are precise, you come in the league that way. You're Manning, you're Peyton Manning,
Mhm.
you're Drew Brees, you're Dan Marino. I mean, there's a limited number of people that have
Tom
that
Brady
kind
might be one who
He definitely-
who worked into precise.
You know what he got better? His arm strength got better. His arm strength
Yeah.
from when he was in college to where he became by his 6th or 7th year in a career, his arm strength got better, which that really rarely ever happens.
Yeah. 402-951-1620. If it's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
I wouldn't be upset if you mansplained F1 to me because I don't know anything about it, but I know you just learned football, so I was trying to help. I
I didn't
didn't
just learn football.
Oh, okay.
I've been learning football. I've been in the
Well,
process.
but Michael's trying to take you to like 301 level, not 101
I
level or
understand.
201.
You
Thank
tried to tell
Michael.
me the Saints weren't a very good team, and I broke down over a decade they were the second winningest team in football.
I said perception. I said
Well, okay.
Perceived.
You're a jerk.
Perception in terms of all-time history, sure, but
He said
those
when he was a
teams,
kid.
yeah, when those teams kind of erase that perception.
yeah.
That
But then
the
I
Saints-
also
because
told
the
my-
Saints used to be a very woebegone,
Yeah.
Oh, of
Low
course.
life.
36 years worth.
yeah.
And I also
And
told
then-
Michael those
and then
are the
they got
years I
better.
stopped paying attention to football because that was after Mr.
Yeah.
Casey threw the ball at my face.
Right?
Damn it,
I
Mr.
do
Casey.
miss those kind of gym teachers.
The ones that throw balls at your face.
The ones that made you quit.
Yeah, we used to have quite a few of those.
Oh, yeah. They
I
existed.
quit, and then he got mad at me.
Heck,
I'm like,
even-
what did
even-
you want?
Even our female PE teachers were like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They were tough.
Well, I went to all boys school. We had no female people.
Well, we had one.
we watched Porky's and hope
Mrs.
we had one.
Pineda. Oh, she was a spitfire.
We had lunch ladies. That was it.
The
Yeah.
problem with me and Mr. Casey wasn't that he threw the football at me. That was just the final straw. The problem was I wanted to be a tight end because I'd slimmed down and bulked up. And he's like, no, you're staying on the line. And I'm going to get mad at you for not blocking this 230-pound sophomore.
I hate you, Mr. Casey.
You can also tweet at the Grum and keep that in mind because it is a One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain. Send us your pick of what you're drinking this weekend. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday, and Nick can find one at random and hook you up with a $25 gift card to Cross Strain, the sponsor of One Beer Friday.
I'll slide into those DMs at some point.
When we come back, what is the lowest margin of victory you will accept? Also, we have an update for those of you who are going to the game on whether or not the concession situation will get better.
Well, I know the water situation will.
Because you're allowed to take
You're allowed to
one
bring
in.
a bottle of water. And real quick about the Kansas City Chiefs, it might not be a bad thing to actually have a bad year.
Well, sure. And then you draft higher.
And you draft higher, and you maybe do a rebuild that way really quickly.
Yeah. All right. 1620 the zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me at matt@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Hey everyone, Jimmy Allen.
And John Schreiner.
If 6A to 6P isn't wild and crazy enough for you,
then we have the approach that no one else is bringing to the table, like who would win in a fight between a taco and a grilled cheese sandwich.
From hot take
to wild conspiracy theories,
we have you covered.
But we're also covering the usual stuff.
$16.20 The Zone is the bread in your big red sandwich. Michael and I will have $16.20 the pregame at 8:30, and then myself and Matt McMaster will have Big Red Overreaction after the game.
Damn.
On both $16.20 The Zone and 101.9 The Keg. This is like my penance. This is God is punishing me because
you have to hang out with Matt.
Well, I have to talk for several hours on Saturday about a game that
probably won't be much of a game.
Be much of a game.
Yeah.
Speaking of that,
you do your keys. Were they hard?
Yeah, here's my keys. Don't lose, don't get hurt. Good night, everybody. Seriously.
I did 3 keys.
I can't do any. I did 3. I cannot put any more mental acuity into this game anymore. They just need to not get hurt, win the game, move on. Michigan's next. On that subject, lowest margin of victory that you will accept. Now, we all know, and certainly the coaches know, that you could win a game 50-0, but they'll have plenty of things to pick apart. You could win a game 30-3, and you might think it was a really fine game. You know, the coaches look at a game differently than we the fans.
Yeah,
but we are not coaches. We are the people. So what is the lowest margin of victory you will accept? We've got a JTech Construction Zone Twitter poll. Your options are 28 points, 35 points, 40 points, or 50 or greater. There's 11% of you out there that are insistent that if Nebraska doesn't win this by 50 or more, they're not going to be happy. They won't accept it.
I picked 51-3, so I guess I'm not on that list.
Yeah, you'd be in the 40 or greater club, which is 26%. 35. You know what?
That's a minimum.
There's actually people out there. There's actually 20% of you that would take a 28-point win.
28-0. You play the first half, 4 drives. Dylan takes them down, scores 4 times. They go to halftime. All the backups come in, and it's just like killing the clock.
Yeah, but after what we saw last week, I'm guessing people expect TJ Lateef
more.
to, throw for 300 yards by himself.
Real quick, did you not breaking news, it's an hour old. Stu Pospisil reporting that Millard South has been penalized by the NSAA for early season football violation, including the forfeit of a game and a 2-game suspension of their head coach. Of course, the number 1 team in the state, number 1 team in Class A.
So they have to forfeit a game this year?
Yeah, this year.
Which game? Is it just the first game, or is it?
Has been penalized by the NSAA for an early season football violation, including the forfeit of a game, didn't say the game, and a 2-game suspension for its head coach.
Well.
Yeah, not sure.
So I'm assuming this is early.
Well, they went practice. They went to Vegas.
Yeah,
and they played that one team and killed them. So I would assume it's not that game,
right? But this is something extracurricular, like going
playing a player who is not from your area,
perhaps.
Or
I thought it was maybe like
right or something?
You're practicing before it's legally allowed.
Oh, that's certainly possible. Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, but it's an early season football violation. Yeah. It doesn't say off season necessarily.
Sure.
But I don't know. I have Husker. I pay for Husker Extra, but I don't have the whole paper. So I can't read it. Sorry.
Yesterday, I asked a question. It was based off a graphic that was on our show yesterday. It was a graphic that was put out by On3 based on the Heisman hopefuls, the favorites so far for the Heisman. And I asked a question, true or false. You will see Dylan's name on a similar graphic 2 weeks from today.
After beating Michigan.
Correct. Well, that's it's kind of a twofold question. It's A, do you think they're beating Michigan? And B, if so, does that mean that Dylan will be considered a Heisman candidate? True or false? I think some Iowa folks got a hold of this because I got a lot of responses from Iowa people. They were very unhappy. Yeah, right. It's never going to happen. 55% say true of the votes we took yesterday.
Dude, Adrian Martinez was on the list. Taylor Martinez was on these lists. Marlon Lucky was on the list for a week.
Right.
Doesn't take a lot to get on these lists. John Mateer
early in the season, it doesn't.
John Mateer went from being something like at the beginning of the season 40-1.
Right.
I think he's the favorite now after last week.
Yes, co-favorite I think with LSU.
Nussmeier. It doesn't take a lot.
No, that's kind of my point, because it's really a way for, hey, do you think Nebraska's going out and beating Michigan? And can you imagine Nebraska beating Michigan without Dylan playing well? I'm not saying he has to throw for 400 yards, just play well. And the way Heisman hype works, and he's the quarterback.
It is the game they played out in Vegas. That's the game that they're forfeiting. That Millard South played out in Vegas.
So it was illegal. So maybe the NSAA says that it was not legal to do that.
I don't. That
you would think they would clear
They do
that.
it all the time, and,
right?
Creighton Prep went and played a team from Texas.
We've had go down to Kansas City.
Yeah,
that is odd.
I'm
sure there's a lot more to that story.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
Interesting.
Wish I could read it.
Anyway, do you think it's possible Dylan's name will be on there in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I do. How long's the list?
It was about 10 to 12 deep.
Ooh. I don't think he'll have a game explosive enough to put him in the top 10. I think they beat Michigan. I think it's a fairly low-scoring game. I just don't know if he'll have explosive enough numbers.
Does it need to be explosive enough based on what he's done so far, albeit against
Cincinnati and Akron? Yeah,
competition. But just the fact that they got a win. Let's say he goes for 225, a touchdown, no interceptions.
225, a touchdown, and I don't think so. I don't think that puts him in the Heisman.
See, I think it would.
You know what it might put in there? I'm assuming that means Emmett had a huge game.
Maybe.
I mean, if Emmett's sitting there at 500 yards after 4 games, I mean, it's a possibility.
I would think because right now all it's based on is your reputation, what school you play for, and did you beat somebody?
Yeah, sure.
And Michigan is
somebody
a somebody.
Named, right? Somebody
Michigan
named.
is a somebody.
Let's see how they play this week, because they are on my list of look-aheads, because next week they have Nebraska.
Well, that game is on predictions this week. I put it on there for a reason.
Yeah, because of that.
We did get some follow-up on the concessions issue.
Yeah.
Last week.
They needed some follow-up.
Folks really struggled with the concessions last week.
Upset.
And Amy Just over at the Journal-Star.
Award-winning journalist and columnist, Amy Just.
She won it for just this kind of research. But she got into the details of what went wrong last week and what they plan to do to try to fix it.
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, there are details.
The details is a stadium not set up for enough concessions to be able to cater to the amount of people they had.
Which is true.
Yeah.
But they also sold more concession items than they ever have before.
Because they didn't have anybody hawking?
No, this is overall units.
Right? Okay,
this is overall units.
Okay, all right.
So according to Amy, before Saturday's rollout, the record for most ever concession units. So anytime you buy a hot dog, that's a unit.
Okay.
A Coke,
right?
Sorry, Pepsi, it's a unit. The record was set last year against Colorado, 116,000 items.
Wow.
Against Akron, 164,398.
How many of them were beer?
38, just under 39,000.
Right.
But
doesn't
think
mean
about
those
that.
people might not have bought anything to drink if they didn't buy beer.
But it's the idea that they not only beat the record, they shattered it.
But with the beer, but they did make it easier, right? Because you have the ones you just walk through.
Correct.
Which is supposed to be easier.
Because supposed to be easier.
And they're supposed to set it up to be easier. I just don't know if they'll ever be able to be a good. Wisconsin's been there forever. Every time I've tried to go to concession stand in Wisconsin, it's been crazy.
Right. No, the only way you're going to rectify this problem, well, the most expensive way is when they redo the stadium.
Yeah.
So that the concourses are bigger, there's better point of sale kiosks and stands and whatnot. There's more freedom of movement. I think personally, if you're going to fix this, or at least try to fix this, you need to bring the hawkers back into the stadium.
You have to have the hawkers. You have to. The problem with hawkers is you don't do cash anymore. So you got to carry around that little thing on your hip.
Which they did last year.
They did, but it is a pain in the butt to hand your card down. A lot of people use their phones to do it, to tap. So you got to hand your phone down. It is kind of a pain in the butt. It's not like just handing $5 down.
It is, but that's better than getting stuck in line. And especially, again, when you're in the upper reaches of the stadium. Now, the problem is that Aramark, as a private company, will not employ, 13-year-olds, which is what it used to be.
But you can hire people past 16.
Yes.
They just can't do the beer.
Correct.
So that's still a lot of people. You'd be able to do that.
My guess is they probably don't want to do that because they don't want to pay those people to do it.
How much do you think the additional concessions was because they had better food?
I would guess it was a little bit of both, yeah. Because there was more choices than ever before.
And it wasn't just, and I'm not just making fun of Valentino's or I got a brat there once. It was one of the worst brats I ever had in my life. I don't think it was cooked. I think it was raw. I really believe that the brat was raw. That's what I thought it was. Oh. It was so bad. Because, I always go down to the concession stand whenever they have the cinnamon and chili. And whenever they have that, I always go down to the concession stand.
Yeah.
And I've not really gotten anything besides the jumbo hot dog, which was good.
Yeah.
But everything else I've ever tried wasn't very good.
By the way, the top sellers, according to Amy, were the bottled water.
Yeah.
Val's.
Yeah.
And the Fairbury hot dog.
And the Fairbury hot dog still.
So they were still the most popular.
Still popular. And that's the easiest one, too. It's pretty fast.
Correct.
From what I heard, multiple people who tried the Husker burger, it was about a 75% approval rate. About 3/4 of people were like, this is pretty good. Yeah. The other fourth were like, it was cold, it was overdone or whatever. But, it's hard with hamburger. It's hard with beef. Beef is difficult.
Yeah, it depends on how long the thing's been sitting under the warmer.
Yep.
Because they can't cook them to order, or otherwise you would really be stuck there for a long time. So, yeah, it's always hit and miss with some of those items.
Yeah.
But again, the biggest problem is the stadium is not built for this.
Yeah.
It was built in the 20s.
Yeah. And it doesn't take anything for an organization to put some sort of amendment into their policy. It doesn't. You know who did it? So right after this is right after COVID, and you were having problem with getting people to work at fast food places because so many people had went back to college online or whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they did, several fast food places dropped theirs to 15. Now that limits the hours you can work.
Yeah.
They dropped it to 15 because of that. It was just an exception they made because they had to. Aramark could do the same thing.
Sure.
In this stadium, they could make their policy 16.
And honestly, for the hawkers, you could just go back to selling the popcorn, the runzas, the pizzas. You can keep the beer.
Yeah, you keep it completely separate. Because even in a grocery store, if you're under 21 and you're at a stand, you can't sell alcohol. Right. Somebody's got to come over and do the sell for you.
Exactly. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if anything improves this week, but they're working on it. They say they're working on it.
Yeah, and I wish them all the luck in the world, but don't forget about that. So that's bad. Getting into the stadium last week was horrible.
It was pretty
By
rough.
the time you came across the street, were the west side lines as long as they were when I got over there?
See, well, I don't know how long they were, but they were still...
Like 25, 30 deep?
They were still like up... They were filling the staircase.
Okay, so into that road you walked down, you had to walk on the sidewalk next to the parking garage because that's how long the lines were.
It had cleared out a little bit.
And that was
by
25 minutes before the game.
Right. I didn't get there until I was about 15 to 20 minutes behind you.
If the game didn't get delayed, there would have been a lot of people that didn't see the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So they got delayed about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, it was a little touch and go.
Yeah. It was tough to get. Two people I talked to that have been gone for a long time, they said that was the longest it ever took them to get into a game.
Now I wonder why that would have changed.
One, so this is the theories that I heard. Well, one, it's game one. You do have a lot of people who've never been.
Yeah.
So they're confused and don't know where to go. Then there is the people who have the phones who don't have it turned up correctly, don't have it on the right page or whatever else. And I think
the security measures didn't change.
They did. Oh, yeah, security members have changed. Yeah.
But not from last year.
We have to go through. Yeah, from last year. They've added more of those whatever things you got to walk through now. Because they brought in the security thing. This is what Dan said. They brought in a security group, and they essentially gave Nebraska a really low grade.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they had to end being able to let people come back in. They had to end a bunch of other little things they were doing, and one of them was they didn't have enough of those scanners to check people.
I thought they had done that last year.
They did in limited spots, but not everywhere.
Okay, well that would explain it. Well, just be ready and be there on time.
I don't think it'll be as crowded.
Not this
as
week.
it was for a night game to open the season.
Not this week. 402-951-1620. Speaking of that hotline, coming up next, we're going to talk with Tony Boon, who has covered Bud Crawford for many, many years.
Since he was in the Golden Gloves.
Since he was in Golden Gloves, formerly of the Omaha World Herald. Of course, it's Crawford Canelo tomorrow night. Big moment for Bud Crawford. Chance to set more history. But has he bitten off more than he can chew? We'll talk to Tony and more about that coming up. John and Michael with you this afternoons on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream, which can be found at krtrelief.com. Visit the website today and take advantage of the great deals that they have going on right now, including free shipping on orders over $15, not to mention 10% off of your order as well. The weekend is here, and for the last, 5-6 years, the weekend for me has meant getting outdoors, going for a run, working out. Well, earlier in this year, I wasn't able to do that, at least to the level that I had grown accustomed to. And that was because I was dealing with an issue with my hamstring. Well, enter KRT Athletic Muscle Cream, and I am feeling so much better. Whether you have back pain, maybe you got something going on with the hamstring, muscle fatigue, strains, KRT Athletic Muscle Cream can help you get better and enjoy the weekend like you want to moving forward. Go to the website today, krtrelief.com. That's krtrelief.com.
Well, of course, leave it to Bud Crawford to the rescue. That is Nebraska playing a outmatched FCS opponent But we got something to look forward to tomorrow night.
Yep.
Late night tomorrow night on Netflix. If you've got Netflix, you can watch.
It'll be one of the most watched events in sports history because a billion people have Netflix.
Many people have Netflix, and people love a big fight. Even those who don't follow the fight game, they like the big fight. And, of course, around here, it is Terrence Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, Bud trying to be the first fighter in the four-belt era of men's boxing to be the undisputed champion in 3 weight classes. Now, to do this, he had to move up 2 weight classes. But earlier today at the weigh-in, both men weighed in at an identical 167.5 pounds. Joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline is a man who knows Bud quite well, has covered him, well, like Michael said, going back to his Golden Gloves days. It's Tony Boon. Tony, how you doing? Good to have you on the program.
I'm good. Thanks for having me on, guys. Big fight tomorrow night.
Oh, no doubt about it. And, talking to you months ago about this when we finally knew for sure, I know you've always felt that Bud had a really good shot. Kind of walk people through what you know about what Bud can do, what you know that Canelo can do, and why do you think it's a good matchup for Crawford?
Well, I did listen to your podcast, Michael, and I think your analysis was pretty spot on in the sense that, and we saw obviously today the weights were the same, but the size advantage that everyone thinks Canelo is going to have is not going to look that when they get into the ring. They're roughly the same height. Canelo may be a little bit thicker than Crawford, and obviously will probably weigh more than him by fight time. But there's not going to be a decided size advantage. So I think that everything that has been said about that is kind of put to the wayside. But the things that Crawford does well are the things that guys that Canelo has had trouble with did well also. And I'm not necessarily talking about the Gennady Golovkin fights because he's a different kind of fighter. But the 2 fights that Canelo has lost in his career came against guys who were supreme boxers in Dimitri Bivol and a long time ago Floyd Mayweather. And another guy that he had trouble with, which I think bears well for Crawford, was Erislandy Lara, who was a left-handed guy. All 3 of those guys are very disciplined technical boxers, and those guys give Canelo, because Canelo is kind of footed, pressure you and come right at you. Crawford traditionally picks those kind of guys apart, and I think that there are multiple ways that Crawford can have success tomorrow night, but I think the best way and probably the easiest way for him to do that is to revert back to the boxer that he became when he became a world champion. Tony sticks and moves and doesn't let the other guy, get off.
Tony, sorry about that. The idea that Bud's moving up 2 weight classes, is that an overblown story, or are we maybe overlooking it just a bit?
I don't think it's overblown because historically guys have not done that and been successful, other than a couple of rare occasions. I think when you're talking about these kind of weight classes, you think of when Sugar Ray Leonard, came out of retirement and moved up from being a welterweight to fight a middleweight in Marvin Hagler. And, more recently than that, Roy Jones moving up from light heavyweight to heavyweight to fight John Ruiz.
Yeah.
I think that there has been something with Canelo that Crawford's team has seen all along that they feel like they can exploit. So I think this is a calculated risk as much as it is a chance for Crawford to get all 4 belts at once. I think there's also something in Canelo that they see that they think they can exploit.
You bring that up, Tony Boon joining us talking about Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, because that was the way they felt all along about Errol Spence, right? They wanted Errol for a long time. They were incredibly confident about that. We don't talk a lot about his trainers and, talking about how those guys maybe are some of the bigger names in it, but his team is pretty darn good, aren't they?
It is. And I think that, Michael, when you go back to the conversations you and I had at the very beginning of this Crawford run, we were saying that the X factor in this was going to be his team because these guys had not been on that big stage before. And we didn't know if Crawford, had serious trouble in the fight, could he look to his corner and find answers? I think that we're past that now because these guys have been there and done that, not only with Crawford, but with other guys. They've seen a lot of things in the fight game at this high level now. Other fighters that are at championship level have come to Omaha and then gone on to Colorado to train with them. So I don't think that his corner is much of a question mark as maybe it was before. And that was more just because they were unknown and not because of what they knew. And they've come up with a game plan for Crawford in every single big fight. And I'm sure Crawford has input on that game plan. And we've yet to not see him deliver on fight night. And the biggest fights, he's come out the best.
Tony Boon joining us as we talk about Crawford Canelo Alvarez tomorrow night on Netflix. Canelo can be such a good scorer with how he punches. If Bud is to win, can he do so by outscoring him?
In Vegas.
I think he can, but he's going to have to be sharp. Canelo's going to, get favoritism as Canelo normally does in scoring. The Lara fight that I mentioned earlier is one that I can think of right off the top of my head, where a lot of people thought he lost that fight. But technically, guys who are more aggressive do get the benefit of the doubt in scoring things. Crawford's kind of both. He could be aggressive, but he also will let the other fighter come to him. And since Canelo does do that regularly, I think that Canelo will have to come at Crawford to do it. I think there's other ways that Crawford can score. But yes, I think that Crawford's effective and he's sharp. Then I think that he can't outscore him on that. And I will say this, John, back to your question about the size. The one thing I think that maybe it comes into play that we won't know until fight night is a heavier Crawford going to be as thrilling down the stretch as what a lighter Crawford has been. He has dominated late rounds of fights in his fights that have gone into the championship rounds later. Does the added weight, maybe zap some of that late energy that he has? Canelo has also been a guy who's also kind of faded down the stretch in a lot of his fights as well. So I think those championship rounds could be big, especially when we're all expecting this fight to go the distance.
So Tony, is it a mistake that maybe moving up 2 weight classes and not having a fight before this? I realize there might be other things at play here, but why take this fight with no experience at that, knowing that the weight could affect how he performs later in the match?
John, that's a good question. I think the answer to that is they probably would not have gotten a fight if they didn't. I 100% believe that this fight eventually came about because everyone saw Crawford at 154 and thought maybe at a bigger weight he's not going to be as effective. I don't think Canelo takes the fight otherwise. And maybe that was even a strategy on Crawford's part. I can't speak to what they did that night, but maybe the idea was to kind of carry Madrimov, through that fight to make Crawford look like maybe he's not as good at the higher weight, or maybe he lost a step with age, and they might be setting Canelo up.
You listen to people who cover boxing, and there's fewer and fewer of them nationally now, but you listen to some of them, and they do bring up Madrimov, and they go, well, he didn't look very good against him. Can you kind of give people an idea of what made Madrimov different than Canelo Alvarez?
It was a style thing, and I think that, as all the experts always say, styles make fights. Madrimov is kind of a herky-jerky fighter. He does not stay in one place very often, and he doesn't have like a pattern to his rhythm. And I think that just kept Crawford from, really settling down in that fight and getting off. I don't think that Bud ever thought he was in trouble in that fight.
Yeah.
And he probably was surprised at how close a couple of the scorecards were, because there were a lot of rounds in that fight where not a lot really happened. And if someone gave Madrimov the benefit of the doubt because he was moving more during those rounds, then you could see how the score ended up being the way it was. I'm sure in Bud Crawford's mind, the score was not as close as what maybe some of the scorecards would be. But this is different. Canelo does not move like that. He is going to be there to be hit. Canelo's thing has always been, that he is going to pressure you. He is going to throw a ton of power shots, and he will hit you anywhere, shoulders, elbows, whatever. He's probably going to have to do that against Crawford to try to slow him down. But the other thing is he's kind of plotting, and he's there to be hit as well. He's just been blessed with an iron chin, so we've never seen him hit the canvas.
Yeah.
But it's not that he's not there to be hit.
Tony, so I asked this question to myself when I was doing that podcast. Both guys have kind of given away the first couple of rounds at times, whether because they're downloading something or they're just not active early. Who do you think is more active in those early rounds to be able to help them maybe get that point decision?
That's a good question, and I don't know, because you're absolutely right. I've thought about this a lot and thinking that maybe this fight gets off to a really slow start. And who is the guy that's going to take the initiative and, become the first guy to kind of, make the aggressive move? And my feeling is that will probably be Canelo, just because he has to be aggressive in order to beat Crawford. But that doesn't mean that he will initially, I also can see maybe Crawford coming out and, he displayed a really stiff jab in that fight against Errol Spence, fighting from a southpaw stance. Much harder than what he was hitting with the right hand out of that stance previously. And because guys like Lara have been able to land that against Canelo, or even, the other two guys I mentioned, Mayweather and Bivol, they did it from an orthodox stance. The jab was effective for both of them. So I could see Team Crawford maybe saying that, we maybe need to change things up a little bit this time and come out with an effective jab right away and see if they can't take a couple of these early rounds.
Well, speaking of that, Tony Boon joining us, who has covered Bud Crawford for many, many years. We all know that one of Bud's great strengths is that ability to go both ways, orthodox or southpaw. How do you think he employs that strategy? What to start with, when to make the switch, fighting a fighter of this caliber?
Well, John, as time's kind of gone on, Crawford's favored fighting from the left-hand side, and I don't know that it's anything necessarily that he does that makes him do that. I think he sees what the other guy is doing better from that stance. It always seemed to be like I can read the guy more when I'm like have my left hand back, and so I would expect that he will start out that way just because he has, in most of his fights in recent years. And again, Canelo has not fought a ton of left-handed guys. And the guy that he has that boxed really well, which is what Crawford's capable of doing, had all kinds of success against him. So I remember talking to Michael about this when the fight first got announced. And I said then, I think the Lara fight is the blueprint for Crawford. The left-handed style, to stick him with the jab and to be constantly moving from side to side, not necessarily backing away from him or anything like that. And those other two guys that had successful jabs against him that are more boxing types did so by jabbing him and moving backwards, getting out of his range, because Crawford's going to have a big reach advantage in this.
Yeah.
But I think moving from side to side and peppering with that jab early can kind of set Crawford up. And then I think, John, after that, it's all bets are off. Depending on what Canelo brings after that, I think Crawford will adapt to whatever style he needs to score the most efficiently.
Big part of it is body blows. Canelo is one of the better body punches I've seen. Is that something that Bud needs to come back at him with, or just make sure that he's not taking those big shots to his side, because Canelo has put guys down with that.
Yeah, I think that's a key point of it. Canelo is going to beat him to the body all night long. You're right. He is one of the better body punchers. I know a lot of people think, Canelo, big, strong, powerful, but he's not a big knockout guy, but he can kind of wear you down. And he and Crawford kind of finish guys the same way. There are a couple of spectacular knockouts on the resume of Canelo, but it's more about who he was fighting that night than what he actually did himself. Most of his guys that he's KO'd, and he hasn't KO'd anybody in 5 years, have been guys that he has broken down over time. And that's the way he does it, by damaging the body, by hitting guys in, the shoulder and working his way up. These are two of the best offensively gifted fighters of the recent era. And they're not the same, but both effective. And yeah, I think that's another thing where the weight can also come into play. How's Crawford going to take it if he gets beat to the body all night and he's, carrying extra weight on fight night that maybe he hasn't had before?
So, Tony, we know what the benefits are. We know what, Bud can achieve through all of this. What is he risking here? What truly is he risking? How much of his legacy does he risk if he does lose this fight?
I think to the people that are already Bud Crawford haters and, want to crap all over his resume about who he's fought, those people will feel justified if things don't go well tomorrow night. As far as the people that really know the game and his spot in boxing, I don't think he's risking a whole lot. This is a high reward, low risk for Crawford as far as that. If he takes a loss, it's not going to keep him out of the Hall of Fame. It's not going to make him, lesser as far as this era goes. He's still going to be one of the best fighters and most accomplished fighters of the 2020s and even before. So I don't think any of that's really in danger tomorrow night. But there are going to be some naysayers. They're going to say, see, I told you so. If he does end up fighting out more than he can chew tomorrow night. On the other side, I don't know if Canelo has as much to gain. And that's the one thing that we've never really seen from Crawford yet. And if we have, maybe we go back to the Oriol Gamboa fight, the first one he had here in Omaha, is what happens when it gets really competitive and it becomes a firefight. That's the best of Bud Crawford, and we don't always have to see it a lot. But when it comes down to it, a dig deep who wants it more, there's not any guy that has bigger dog in him than Terrence Crawford.
But if he wins it, top 2, 3 of the 21st century in those 2020s going forward?
For sure. And I heard what you had said before, Michael, about the names that you brought up. And I think that's probably the era we're talking about, or the elite company we're talking about. Usyk is a big deal because it's in the heavyweight division.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of people pay attention to in boxing. I do not think that Usyk is skilled a fighter or anything like that as Crawford is. But his accomplishments are his accomplishments. And, he does deserve all the adulation he gets because of that. But yeah, I think you're talking, Crawford and Mayweather. I think that if Crawford wins this fight, and especially if he wins this fight and walks away from the sport undefeated after becoming a 3-time undisputed champion and after doing something significant by beating the game's biggest cash cow in a huge event in a football stadium filled with people on, a platform that allows everybody in the world to watch it, at least all the Netflix subscribers, then yeah, I think that there's a chance here to walk off and be considered, right there as one of the all-time greats. I already think he is win or lose.
Yeah.
But, in everyone else's mind, I think a win tomorrow night really solidifies that.
Tony, it's always great to catch up with you. We really appreciate it. Great analysis as always. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Anytime. Enjoy the fight tonight.
You bet.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it.
Tony Boon joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
So, twice now, the Omaha World Herald is ranked, Nebraska-born athletes. Did it twice. The second time, the last time they had Bud, I think in the 30s. I can't remember where. Outside of Bob Gibson, Gale Sayers, if he does this, if he is this greatness of boxing, would you put him in that top 3?
I mean, he would definitely be considered.
Because Johnny's right there.
Johnny's there.
Johnny, and then Grover Cleveland Alexander's there because he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Weir. What's his, Johnny Weir? What's his name? He's there.
U.S. Open champion.
On the list, right? I don't know. There's some incredible, by the way, there's some female athletes that are ranked too low, by the way. I've always thought, I think Jordan Larson's 10. She probably has moved up by the time the stuff that she's done since that last list. But I don't know, because athlete is such a weird phrasing, because you can be good at a sport. You can be a great swimmer and not be a great athlete.
Correct.
But all 3 of those guys I just mentioned, and Johnny too, 4 guys, all competed at other sports and were very good at it.
Correct.
Bob Gibson, obviously, we know that.
Yes.
Gale Sayers, track and field. You look at what Bud is. Bud is a good athlete in everything. I played softball with him. I've seen him on the basketball court. Boxing was his thing. He also wrestled a little bit when he was younger too. That's a big part of it. And Johnny, of course, got drafted into the Major League Baseball before being, playing professional football. So I think that's a big part of it.
In my opinion, Bud belongs in the top 15.
Okay, just
right
top 15.
Right now. Right now.
Okay.
But winning this fight, and if you become this historic figure, you go undefeated, and become, as you just said, as Tony just said, we're talking about perhaps the second best fighter of this century.
Yeah.
From this state.
Right.
If that doesn't put you in the conversation for top 3, top 5, then we must be in California, right?
Yeah, right.
But we're not. So, in my opinion, Bud should already be pretty doggone high.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, I think the bigger question is he the greatest fighter of the 21st century? It's probably not, because he's, you got
Mayweather, what Mayweather did, 50-0 and all that stuff, it makes it difficult. And what Usyk did as a heavyweight, and he's beat everybody could possibly beat. There's the Nyone guy, the Korean kid who beats everybody. Everybody loves him right now. And then there's Canelo.
Yeah.
So if he beats Canelo, obviously he knocks him out of the way.
Yep.
And then it's up to you to decide.
Great opportunity, and we'll all be behind him. Bud Crawford tomorrow night in Las Vegas. When we come back, we'll take a quick look at some of the other games going on in the NFL. We still have Movie Club coming up, so we got to take a break. Be back after this. 1620 The Zone. Reminder that Severe Reaction comes your way on Sunday mornings, 8 to 10. Make sure, even if you get up late, sometimes like I do, you just go to our YouTube channel and you can rewind the live show and you can watch it from the beginning. And if you're really good, you catch up by the end. It's great. Severe Reaction right here on 1620 The Zone after every Nebraska football weekend.
With Joey the producer.
With Joey the producer.
At least for the next couple weeks.
Oh, is he leaving you?
Well, they kind of split it. Joey does some.
I see. Okay.
Got to get other part-timers to have reps on live shows.
That's
John.
fine. There are two teams this week that I'm looking at here.
NFL?
As possible upsets. You talk about look-ahead games, but there's also hangovers. The Bills, of course, huge rally last week.
Right.
They go on the road to take on a Jets team.
Yes.
Who played pretty well offensively against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Didn't come out with a win. Should have won, but didn't come out with a win.
Yep.
But given how the Buffalo Bills had so much trouble with the Ravens running game, is it possible we could be looking at a Jets win? By the way, Jets have won 2 out of the last 3 in MetLife Stadium against Buffalo.
I'm taking the Jets plus 6.5. I have it on my list.
Okay.
And it's definitely a money line one that I considered. I didn't do it, but I had considered it. Yeah. The thing about the Bills, though, is they could play 85%, 80%, and I still think the Jets would lose the game. I still worry about the Jets' offensive line. I'm always going to worry about. So when you have a guy who is, not, let's just say he's not accurate, right, at quarterback, but has a really good game where he's completing a high percentage of it. Mm-hmm. Usually the reason why he's not accurate is he's not consistent. So the next game, bet against that guy, not necessarily throwing the ball the same way. So
now I saw some of that game. He
looked good.
The part of it I did, he looked like a whole new guy
and ran well. And had made a bunch of throws. The second to last drive before Pittsburgh went down there and got the field goal, that bomb field goal. So yeah, no, he played well. I worry about the consistency.
Are the Jags on your list against Cincinnati?
I have the Jags as money line. Well, no, I do not. I took them off. I don't like the Jags. I have Jags and Bengals over 48.5. I think that'd be a high-scoring game. But I think
even after last week when Cincinnati struggled.
Yeah, so I think Cleveland's defense is really good. I think they're really good. They're loaded all over the place. They got one of the best defensive linemen in all of the sport. They're just really good. I don't believe the Jags are really good. We saw last week was an example of playing a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
And also that game was weird because you had the long rain delay. So that was weird. I think the Bengals will get back to what they do. They're going to put Joe Burrow's going to put up big points. I don't necessarily trust that you're going to see a functional offense from the Jags.
Yeah.
But I think you'll be, probably like, 30 to 28, something 35, 28, something like that. I think it'll be fairly close. Yeah. So it's right now, it's at 48.5. I think it's actually gone up a little bit since I did this.
Yeah. The Bears are +6 at Detroit. Lions, of course, licking their wounds. Bears trying to come back after that disappointment. And it's the Ben Johnson return.
Yeah, I have nothing to do with this. This is one of those games where I have no idea.
It's so difficult because you don't know what is real. I mean, do the Bears actually look as good as they did for 2.5, 3
And Caleb Williams was not good in that game, by the way. I know people talked about like he was good. Look inside of his numbers. Like no one missed more wide receivers in the whole league, and he did it by 20 more than the next person. Like he was as inaccurate of any quarterback that had a decent game in the history of the sport. That's what he was. And now I think the Lions are going to play much better. Right?
Well, they can't play much worse.
They're going to play much better, knowing what they are. Now, defensively, I mean, they're going to play much better.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's going to happen with the offense without Ben Johnson and the way they look. The offensive line, losing, 2 of your best offensive linemen, one to retirement and one to injury, is just puts them in a rough spot.
So further quote that stat Michael was mentioning a moment ago. 71% of the Bears' targets went to receivers who were considered open.
Yeah.
But Williams posted the highest uncatchable rate, over 32% among all quarterbacks in week 1.
Like maybe ever. For a professional quarterback.
Yeah.
That's a high. A third of your passes? Come on.
2 quarterbacks who did play well and graded out well on PFF are playing each other on Monday. And with Kent in the green room,
yeah,
we thought we would mention his Raiders. Raiders are 3.5-point home dogs to the LA Chargers.
Still like the Raiders. Like them last week, money line. I like them again, plus the 3.5. I like and Bauer was kind of hurt, but from what I understand, he'll be fine. He's going to play. He could have come back in the game. But other than that, I just like everything about the Raiders. They can move the ball on offense. They got a crazy defensive line. They'll get after you. They hit you in the secondary. I like their special teams.
Is it possible they could win the division?
I don't think they can win the division.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I do like them. And I also believe the Chargers, that was a strange game. That's a strange game.
It was.
And remember,
but the Chargers controlled it.
They did. No, look, they should have won it by more. You come back from Brazil, you deal with that whole leftovers energy of getting a huge win, and now you're just playing the Raiders, the lowly Raiders. What city are they even located in? I don't know. I kind of like the Raiders again this week.
And that game's in Las Vegas, right?
It is.
So they got to tear down from the fight, which will end at probably midnight Vegas time, or by the time everyone clears out, and then you got to turn around and get that stadium ready. Well, I guess they do have an extra day because it is on Monday.
Yeah, Monday night. Yep, Monday night.
But well, speaking of the Raiders and Kent, he joins us from the green room. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the Alto Knights, the latest movie with Robert De Niro playing two roles in the same film.
It's weird.
We'll discuss with Kent in the movie club next on this One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Got to turn on my mic with the beat writer of the Akron Zips. So you truly were the only person in there outside of the camera, right?
Yep. Well, the sports information, always send somebody to get quotes.
Sure.
There was no Zoom access?
What's that? No Zoom at Akron.
Wow, no Zoom access or anything.
It was pretty. Okay, so we're walking in, and I'm walking behind the coach and the SID, and the coach turns the SID and looks at me and says, "Do we go in there now, or should I go talk to the team?"
No hurry. Kid's got nowhere to go.
I said, "No hurry. Go talk to the team. Come on out."
Well, what the hell are you going to tell them? I mean, they just lost 68-0. They ain't scored in 8 quarters.
Yeah.
What the heck do you ask a coach after something like that?
Will you ever score?
Precisely what I asked. The first thing I ask is, what can you take away from a game like that? Right?
A sore ass.
And that's exactly what he said. His exact words was, that was an ass whipping of the highest. That was the first thing out of his mouth.
Yep. Wow, that was incredible.
If it weren't for Kent, we would have never heard those
We
words.
wouldn't have known that he even said that.
Exactly.
That is very true. Thank
And
God.
I guarantee you I will be by myself tomorrow.
Oh, there's no I thought maybe Akron, because it is a fairly large city and they do have a newspaper. I thought maybe, but yeah, Houston Christian. And Houston Baptist, the same school, had a good run in baseball for a minute. They made the NCAA tournament, and they were good. But like everything's bad now. If you looked, I went back and looked at their sports to see everything's bad now. Baseball's like 9-30, and it's not a great place to be right now for sports.
Well, anyway, this week.
Speaking of not a great place to be, are you the Spencer Rattler fan club there today?
I have never been, even when he was, he was one of the highest rated quarterbacks coming out when he signed initially with Oklahoma. And I thought, I don't see it in this guy. I also have a theory, Kent. All right, I've said this theory many times. I don't believe you can be a great quarterback and be ugly. I've always believed that. I've always believed that. I think you have to be fairly good looking to be a great quarterback. I don't think that.
All right, I got to think about this.
I don't think my wife gave me a name, and I told her that he is popular among certain women. She said Lamar Jackson. But go through history.
Lamar's not an ugly
I don't
guy.
think so. Go through history. I mean, if Spencer Rattler came to your house during Halloween, you'd think that was a mask.
Yeah, you think it's costume. Absolutely.
You think it was a costume. That's no offense. I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not a fan of Spencer. Look, don't win any games. Number 1 overall pick. Let's go. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with it. I can deal with it. I've made my peace with it. I'm okay.
You're okay with 0-17.
I'd rather it be 2-15 and both wins be against the Falcons. That would be awesome. But if I can't get that, number 1 overall pick.
I'd rather it be the Falcons that go 2-15 because that means we get their first pick.
Yeah, Rams get the first round pick. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm okay with them.
So go Saints.
Yeah, go Saints. Ooh, yeah.
Well, this week's movie is the Alto Knights. It is one that was released earlier this year. Didn't do quite well at the box office, but it is now available on HBO Max. This is Robert De Niro acting 2 roles at the same time. And it is based on the story of the New York City crime families in which De Niro plays both Vito Genovese and Frank Costello, who were one-time friends and then became adversaries later on when Genovese wanted his crime family back. As the story goes, Genovese had to go over to Italy, had to escape, the law, and turn things over to Costello. Costello ran a very successfully family. Genovese comes back. He wants back in the game, and that's basically the story. It really focuses on those couple of years where they were, for lack of a better term, at each other's throats. That pretty much synopsize it pretty well.
Yes.
Why did he play both roles, kid? Do you know this? I tell you, there's a guy. Why did he play both roles? Was there a reason?
Yeah, he and Barry Levinson wanted to do that, right? I mean, it was like let's
We're out of actors, out of Italians. Have we run out of them?
Out of, I suppose, De Niro vanity more than anything else.
Okay.
All
right.
And I actually thought he was good doing both of them.
Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't make any sense because even with the great computer animation or CGI, whatever we have, it's never going to feel the same as having two different actors in the room together communicating.
True. But I will say this was more real makeup and not the.
It did appear that way.
Yeah.
Tricks, and that worked better for him than the CGI stuff did in the Irishman movie where they
de-aged him. Yeah.
Well, de-aged him, I guess it was.
And I think, if I'm thinking off the top of my head, I think there were only 3, maybe 4 scenes where they were in the same room or communicating to each other at the same time.
Absolutely.
So they were adults. Yeah.
So it you didn't have as much of that awkwardness. I guess the only thing, and Michael and I were talking about this off the air, was this movie in many ways is told through Frank Costello, and he narrates a lot of stuff that happens as you're seeing other scenes. And I guess the thing that can be a bit confusing to folks is, I mean, it's the same actor. He's not really changing his voice. I mean, his voice is the same essentially for both characters. And so it can be a little bit confusing when you're hearing this narration and you're trying to, okay, now who's telling me this? And that, I think that kind of threw me off for a little bit. Once I realized he was going to be the storyteller, then that subsided to a degree.
The two things about that I like De Niro. I like doing this, and I guess that didn't bother me as much. I've seen enough movies where one person's playing two parts. That what things I liked. Let's put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, this story is fairly accurate to what happened.
Yeah.
All the way until the final twist, so to speak, or what they imply that happened
on the farm.
Yeah, the Appalachian meeting.
Yeah. And no reason to spoil it, but let's just say that the cops figured this out themselves. Okay.
Oh, okay. So he didn't leak. Okay, got it.
Got it. That did not happen in real life. The rest of it was actually fairly accurate to what happened.
Yeah.
And fairly accurate to the details that you could see. For example, Albert Anastasia getting shot in the eye in the barber shop. And who stole that? Mario Puzo.
Correct.
In The Godfather, who also stole something of Frank Costello's character when he made Don Corleone.
Okay.
So, I mean, that part was good. And I think there was a sense there was no glamour in this, right? Sometimes your mob movies make it seem like some sort of a glamorous lifestyle or something. And that was not here. And I think that was, to me, that makes this ring a little true as a mob picture. But I don't think Barry Levinson was probably the ideal guy to be making a mob movie.
It's interesting you say that because I read a few other reviews, and one of the main criticisms was that, he just wasn't built for this, or at best it was called Scorsese light.
Mm-hmm.
And so why was it that Levinson wanted to do this, given that this wasn't really his forte?
Look at the kind of movies that he's made. He makes several of his movies. I think of Diner first off
Sure.
of that sort of a period picture, right? And that's the era in which he grew up, and that's the, and for some of us of that era, this was a fascinating. That's when the mafia was first becoming public, in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tie into this movie, directly tie into me, and I'll bet directly tie into Barry Levinson. Okay. When the real Vito Genovese, after the Appalachian meeting, the feds were going to get him, right? And they basically set him up on a drug deal. Even the author of this book, Five Families, which is the best book on the mafia, said that conviction is really, really suspect. He ends up in prison for the rest of his life, tries to run the family from within the prison. He ordered a hit on a guy named Joe Valachi in prison.
Yeah, Valachi, yeah.
Joe Valachi survives and is the first high enough level mobster to turn state's evidence, right?
Yeah.
To violate the code of omerta, and he testified in front of Congress, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm in like junior high, and I get this little paperback book that was, I think, called the Valachi Papers.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah.
And that's the first thing that I remember like reading or seeing very much. And then, 4 years later comes The Godfather, and here we go. And I would almost guarantee something like that is hit Levinson, who's probably 4 or 5 years older, maybe 10 years older than me, but the same kind of thing, because that was just something in that era that you became, it was kind of not real apparent, but really interesting,
People love this stuff. I have friends that are from Philly, and they had their own, things that went on there. And they have these great tours you can go on of these famous assassinations.
Okay.
Of when guys have been shot inside of this bar, guys were shot inside of this on the Italian area, the Italian market.
Sure.
One of the more famous ones in the Italian market was actually done by my buddy's ex-father-in-law.
Oh my God.
He actually had to move to Houston because he was in witness protection program.
Oh my goodness.
He got arrested and flipped. But there's so many great stories out there. That's people still love this stuff. They will always love this stuff. It's fast.
Well, absolutely. You know the song Atlantic City, they blew up the Chicken Man in Philly last night. That's a mob hit.
That's a mob hit, yeah.
That Springsteen's singing about.
Yeah.
Do you think there is a shelf life on this? I mean, we're getting further and further away now from the peak of the mob era, the La Cosa Nostra. That or is this something that can just carry over and carry on, whether it's telling more of these same stories, or maybe, I guess, for the lack of a better term, moving on to more of the drug life, the cartels and things like that.
Well, remember, The Sopranos was that was more contemporary.
Yeah,
and it was a huge hit. The Italian mob, for lack of a better way of putting it, has kind of been broken up and doesn't have the whatever anymore, power or reach, but
because Rico got him. It was Rico. Rico got him.
Rico got him, but there's still organized crime out there. And so that is good. That part of the mafia story will continue. The whole, and it wasn't so much a part of this, but the whole family part of the previous mob, I think, will start to fade away.
One of my favorite things about the mob, and I started the sentence that way, was they had some of the best businesses, right? So in New Orleans, there's a very famous king cake.
Marcello.
Exactly. Carlos Marcello and the Gambinos. And Gambinos make this incredible, one of the best king cakes. Marcello ran a bunch of bakeries too.
Okay.
That was a part of their family. You go up to Philly, they ran the Italian market, the fruit scene, everything that happened in Rocky when he was around those kind of people. They had really, really successful businesses. But all the reason they had him was to wash the money.
Right.
That was it. But they made good food. They made good bakery items.
The best restaurants to ever go to are Italian restaurants, the ones the mobsters went to. There were a couple in downtown Kansas City before that mob got rolled up that were fabulous.
Right.
I really liked the kind of the documentary style this movie went with.
Yeah.
Although I don't think it was the right call to do the documentary style with De Niro doing both. Because like you said, with him narrating and then that it's not jarring's not the right word. Confusing, yeah. Once I could kind of suspend my disbelief, it was fine. But then every once in a while I'd get pulled back out and be like, it's still kind of it's just Robert De Niro.
Last 45 minutes I thought was pretty good.
It was pretty good, but it's still it was still I didn't like it. I didn't like I liked the movie. I didn't like Robert De Niro playing both characters.
I just wonder if there would have been, because there's so many other actors. I'm not saying it should have been Pesci, because I don't think Pesci necessarily makes this work, but somebody else that he could have played off of.
Yeah.
That might have, made the conflict better between the two main characters.
Maybe, but yeah, it's hard to think of who you would have found.
Yeah.
Because Pacino's not going to do it, right? I mean, period. And Pesci's retired.
Right.
And, if you're looking for guys of that generation, there Anthony LaPaglia maybe, or
you put the makeup on him, you could have pretty much taken anybody and made him look. The guy, oh my God, I forgot his name. But the guy that plays, he plays the twins in that one mob movie. Very famous.
Yeah.
Bane. Who's Bane?
Hardy.
Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy with makeup could play this role, because Tom Hardy has the perfect demeanor, like in the movie Drop. He's got the perfect demeanor for this. If you want to put makeup, you already got to put a ton of makeup on De Niro anyway.
That's the other thing I noticed about this movie. It feels like casting wise, they just kind of looked at every other mob media that was ever made, and they're like, "Yeah, let's get her, let's get him."
Yeah.
It felt like a last ride for a lot of
Geneviese's
them.
wife was hilarious.
Yeah,
I really had a good time with her.
You know who that is, right? That was Artie Bucco's wife in The Sopranos.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's people from The Sopranos, The Godfather, like all these other mob movies. If you just look at their IMDb page, it's like mob movie, mob show, soap opera.
Well, if Tony Sirico had still been alive, he probably would have been in this.
I'm sure he would have.
So yeah.
But that's, but that's kind of the way it is with a lot of them, because they're just so good at playing these roles, and people. Sometimes it's you just see a certain actor and it's like they belong here.
Yeah, typecast.
It might be typecasting, but they do belong here. And I think it adds a little credibility for the audience, because they know it's not someone trying to be this. These people kind of act like this anyway. I mean, Tony Sirico is a former.
Tony Sirico was a mob guy.
He was a mob guy. I mean, he was a criminal.
The one note that I just kept coming back to while I was watching this movie is I wish instead that the movie was more focused on them in the 20s or
I would have liked that too,
right
before he goes away.
Go to
I
Italy.
agree. I wanted more of that,
because that seemed really compelling, and that also is kind of the height of underground mob stuff. Like I think of the mob, I think of the 20s, the 30s, that type of vibe.
There are at least 2 movies that do that.
Sure.
And it was 2 different actors.
Bronx Tale, right?
Center of those movies, Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, because these guys were right underneath basically Lucky Luciano.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lucky Luciano, and I can't remember the name of one of the one that's about. There's a decent one about Meyer Lansky and Lucky.
Not
Luciano.
Mobsters. Was it Mobsters?
I think that might be it.
Mobsters was good. I think one of the main characters was the guy who played the werewolf in that HBO show, but I can't remember his name. But yeah, the Mobsters, I actually like that movie.
Mobsters is in there.
I just want more modern media of that time period of mob movie. I feel like we haven't gotten much of that over the last.
Well, speaking of the time period, when I watch movies like this, I like to see how accurate they are. I thought they did a very nice job of, all the great cars.
Oh yeah, that's always the first thing I look for.
Loved this. I mean, at the end of the movie when they're all getting ready to go to
the names, they kept mentioning all the names.
It's
Trafficante and all those guys.
Yes.
They were mentioning all the good names.
It's such a good time telling piece too in a period movie. If you want to tell the passage of time, just use cars.
Yeah.
It is so, because especially that period, all the advancements in car technology and how they looked very distinct.
And there's
for time
one
period.
company. There's one big company that does that.
There's a single company that does that, and
They
they
do.
make millions.
I've always
do.
wondered
They
how they
do.
sourced all
Yeah.
of these cars.
There's a great episode on a Peacock show, Lucky, where she can figure out when people are lying. There's a scene in there where they walk up to her car and the guy wants to use her car. Poker face, thank you. Wants to use her car. And that's basically how they do it. They'll find these cars and they'll buy them from people and they'll keep them because they want to use them in a certain scene for a certain year.
And then they essentially rent them out. There's like warehouses full of these things in LA. And maybe elsewhere, but the ones I know of in LA, and so, like if they're doing a location shoot, they put them on a truck and out they come to Oklahoma or wherever. So when you have Killers of the Flower Moon, you have the 1915 cars,
right?
You know,
yeah. One of my wife's cousins who passed away last year, that's all she did was she supplied clothes. And in her basement of this giant house she had in Colorado, it was just clothes all lined up by the decades.
Wow.
Just all these dresses, shirts, everything. And then also like stuff you put on the mantles, like stuff you would have had, clocks you'd have had from the 20s, just all over her basement because she made a bunch of TV shows where you see her name in the credits because she supplied all that stuff. Yeah, it was a job. It was her profession.
I mean, even with today's AI, there is still room for practical, things props that you can use that actually take you into that period.
Because AI sucks and there's no soul.
Yeah. So that is Alto Knights. It is on HBO Max if you want to catch it yourself. Kent, you like this one? I was okay with it. I mean, it's certainly not my favorite mob movie. It
felt formulaic to me. Like it would have been any movie that had been on Netflix.
Scorsese light.
Yeah, exactly. It was fine. I didn't dislike it at the end.
It was okay.
Yeah. My wife made fun of it every time she came in the room.
Why is that?
Because he was playing the same character. I don't know why.
I see.
I don't know why. She didn't.
And also, it is a proven fact that women do not care much for the mob movies.
Probably true because they get treated so poorly.
Yeah,
the women in the movies get treated horribly.
They do. Though, you know what? I didn't realize it until the credits that
Will and Grace.
That Deborah Messing.
Yeah.
That was
Will and Grace. Yeah.
I was like, I mean, she looked kind of familiar, but I couldn't picture the two. And then I saw the credits. Like, really?
Yeah.
Then I had to rewind it, and it was her.
You know, it'd be good for next week. Dog Day afternoon.
Look, I thought I'd lost my mind.
I know you were doing. We saw about that.
I didn't catch it because was when Michael. That's when I was gone last year, and Michael was filling in, so I had no idea if it.
If I would have been here, I would have been able to call you out on it right away. But I also wasn't here.
Right, I know.
I told John on Monday morning because I was watching Movie Club back. I'm like, wait a minute.
All right. Well,
the other part of it was I did see a documentary about. They did a documentary about the making of it.
Oh, right.
Played like last year, and I'm like, am I thinking I watched this documentary and did it? I thought I completely lost it.
Well, Josh, I think, has the pick.
Josh did have the pick, and it's on Paramount Plus. Next week, we are going to watch A Quiet Place, Day One.
Not bad. Not bad.
So the sequel?
The prequel.
Or the prequel?
The prequel, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good actors in that.
Good actors that, you can only beat that premise so hard.
So much, yeah. And they've made 3 of them now.
Have they made 3?
Well, like Quiet Place 2, right? Didn't that come out? Didn't Quiet Place 2 come out? Am I making it up?
Don't know.
I thought it did. I thought the Quiet Place 2 came out.
It was very memorable, whatever it was. All right, Kent, what do you have for a prediction tomorrow as you get ready to cover your second team on your beat, the Houston Christian Huskies?
Well, I'm going to say 63-0.
63-0.
Wow.
9 touchdowns. Let's go.
And Evil Kent?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Oof.
That would be bad.
That would make for an interesting overreaction tomorrow night. I can guarantee you that. If Houston
it would
Christian
also make an interesting overreaction from Matt Rule, I would guess.
Yeah, that's true. He'd probably have a lot of other things to say in the locker room in that one.
Hey,
All right.
Don't apologize for wins, John.
I guess.
That's true.
I guess.
Go Raiders.
Go Raiders.
Yep, Monday night they're 1-0, baby. 1-0.
Soon to be 2-0. Let's go Raiders.
Well, Kent, have yourself a great week, and we'll talk to you next Friday.
See you next week.
There he
Later,
is.
Kent.
Bye,
Kent
Kent.
Wolgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star Movie Club. Next week, it's A Quiet Place, day 1.
Yeah, they did. They did make it back in 2020. They made it. That's why people don't
Okay.
remember it. It was during COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know I watched it.
Will this hurt that I haven't seen the original?
I don't know. I've never seen the prequel.
I think you should see. I think you should watch Quiet Place because it's a great movie.
It's an incredible.
It's an
movie.
incredible movie.
Yeah.
I would say it's a little biased because it's got a lot of sign language in it, and my kids we
Sure,
worked a lot,
yeah.
and so I liked a lot of that. That was awesome. The hearing aid technology is a big part of the movie,
Okay.
which was also big to us as well. It's
Okay.
a great. I would watch Quiet Place just because it's a great movie.
It's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, it's
All
one of
right.
the best horror movies. Well, horror monster movies.
All right, coming up, we got a lot of good games this weekend in college football. So we can break out some of that. And we still have One Beer Friday coming up. And I have a factoid that where Nebraska can end a streak that is the worst in program history tomorrow by beating Houston Christian. How is that possible?
I don't know.
I'll explain when we get to the happy hour on 1620 The Zone. Not too early to look ahead to next week in our 1620 the pregame, which will be originating from the Blurry Events tailgate at Memorial Stadium. We've got a pair of passes if you would like to go.
Whoa.
Next week, not for tomorrow, but for next Saturday. I believe we are on the air at noon, and the game is at 2:30. But go to 1620thezone.com today and get yourself registered and head on down and join us at the Blurry Events tailgate ahead of what should be a huge game between Nebraska and Michigan.
I have an Akron stat for you. You ready?
Do we have to talk about Akron?
No, I just have a stat.
Oh, okay.
Teams coming off of back-to-back shutout losses.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened 25 times in the last 20 years. Back-to-back shutout losses. 25 times last 20 years. Are 3-22 straight up in the next game. 7-16-2 against the spread.
And who does Akron have this week?
I don't know.
Oh, well. I mean, that would be kind of important, wouldn't it?
I actually deleted it. I had it, and I was opening the page, and I deleted it.
Akron is playing University of Alabama, Birmingham.
UAB. So I did not delete it. I just moved it up one. UAB is minus 11.5 from what I have.
Well, it would seem to behoove you to take Alabama, Birmingham.
Wouldn't be a bad thing.
Well, tonight, as we look ahead to this weekend in college football, you got Colorado and Houston. Will Dion have a solidified quarterback after tonight? You know, Ryan Staub.
He will not.
He is the starter tonight. All three guys played last week in their win over Delaware.
Yes.
Staub was the best one of the three. Had the best passing grade, had the best big-time throws. So he's going to get the call. Went 7-11 for 157 yards and 2 touchdowns. One thing, though, that is pretty solid, Dion knows how to coach corners.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He knows how to identify corners, and they've got 2 pretty good ones here, McKinney and Johnson. So Houston's quarterback, Connor Weigman, this is according to PFF, has struggled against man coverage. When facing man, Weigman has recorded a 57 PFF grade while completing less than 46% of his passes. He's also got just 5 big-time throws while committing 8 turnover-worthy plays in those scenarios. In other words, it might be a good idea, Houston, to run the football.
Not a bad idea at all.
Run the football tonight.
I like Houston tonight. I thought that the whole week. It just seems to be a matchup that works out well for them. I like nothing against Colorado. This is not a I hate Dion, I hate Colorado. I just like Houston tonight.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, of course, one of the early games.
Well, there's one game tonight. Another one.
Oh, there's another one tonight?
Indiana State, Indiana.
The Josh Peterson special.
Which is a look-ahead spot.
For Indiana?
Yes, who they play next week, Illinois. That is a look-ahead spot tonight.
And I believe that spread is like 4 touchdowns.
43, I think, against Indiana State.
It's 43?
Let me check it. It just came out this morning. It wasn't
that's
it
right,
wasn't available because
game.
it's an FCS game. And so it just came out this morning. And I thought I saw 43 something.
Okay.
It is 47.5. Opened at 41.5. It is up to 47.5.
Holy cow.
And I get this because remember, Indiana just blew out everybody who was lesser than them last year.
Yes.
So I get that. But you got to think their prove-it game is next week against Illinois. Where are you really this year is how you play against Illinois. Are they going to leave their starters in long enough to get the 47.5?
Well, it is Cignetti.
I know, but
he can be a little.
If you look at them the first 2 weeks, they didn't play. I mean, Old Dominion, right?
No, didn't play.
I mean, last week they did, but I don't know. With that game on deck, it feels like one of those games that you got to think about a little bit.
Okay. Well, going ahead to, tomorrow, Clemson and Georgia Tech. Clemson's offensive line has really struggled this year. According to PFF, they're 103rd in the country. Clemson's offensive line, which was supposed to be a strong point. Clemson, in terms of their run block percentage, only 2 teams in the Power 4 have a worse percentage than Clemson. And Georgia Tech has one of the best run defenses, according to PFF.
Yep.
So Clemson's offensive line needs to deliver if they're going to come through and win this game. The other side of this, though, looking at it from Georgia Tech's perspective, how healthy will Haynes King be?
He is fine. and he's going to run all over them.
He went for 156 yards against Colorado.
Does
Does he clear 300 again, or does he clear 100 against Clemson?
He may clear 300 in total yards.
But does he get 100 rushing against Clemson?
Yes. And Clemson doesn't get 70. Well, they really can't run the ball. Clemson can't.
Yeah.
I can't remember a time, going back to when Clemson got good again. I just can't remember them having a time where they couldn't run the ball.
Are you back in the row or the home dog here?
Yeah, I have Georgia Tech money line.
Okay, because that spreads down to like 3, right?
I got it written down. Got it money line.
Okay.
Yep. I like them. Like them.
Do you like them?
I like them. I like them a lot. I like them a lot.
The excuse me.
You okay? You all
Oh.
right? You need a drink there. You need to get to your 5-hour happy hour or whatever it's
I
called.
guess I do.
5-hour happy
5
hour.
No, I need the 5-hour happy hour.
5-hour happy hour.
The other one of the other big early games, of course, it's Alabama and Wisconsin. Now this line's a 3-touchdown special. Danny O'Neal will start. Billy Edwards will not play. He was the one that injured in the first game against Miami of Ohio.
Yeah.
How much are they going to be? How much is O'Neal willing to run? Because that's been Alabama's weakness. Castellanos ran for 80 yards against the Tide. In 3 of their 4 losses last year, Alabama allowed at least 55 yards rushing from the opposing quarterback.
I like under in this game. I think that Wisconsin's defense is actually really good. I worry about Alabama's offense and how productive they can be. I think Alabama wins by like 17. I think I picked 30-13, but it's under the total.
Under the total, but that would also be Wisconsin because there's 21 points, I believe.
Cover. Yes, it would be.
Right now. If Wisconsin can get to Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
Because Simpson has really not been struggling this year. When he's in a clean pocket, he's got one of the best PFF passing grades in the country. 5 touchdowns, 0 picks. Wisconsin currently has the number 10 pass rush grade, according to PFF. Now, they've only played Miami of Ohio and Middle Tennessee, but
I know.
But it's still something worth watching. I think this game's going to be more competitive than last year's was.
Oh, and last year I remember I was doing the show and I told Josh, I said, I'll take Alabama by 1 billion because I really felt that it just feels like it's going to be closer. Now I wish it was Billy Edwards. I think they could be able to move the ball better with him. Danny O'Neal's at the same, but I really believe in Wisconsin's defense. I think Wisconsin's defense is good enough to be able to keep the game reasonable.
Right.
And I don't think Alabama's explosive enough. And I know that they're now 18-year-old wide receiver missed the game with the concussion. It's supposed to be good for this week, but I don't know. With the concussion, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens with that.
Still to come, we'll preview
Wisconsin's number 6 defense overall in yards per play.
Okay. We'll look at the big matchup in the SEC. Actually, there's a couple of big matchups in the SEC. One you would not have expected earlier. Also, can USF pull the upset over Miami? And the Fighting Irish are finally back on the field. We'll talk about those games before we get to the happy hour right here on 1620 The Zone. Back here on the Grum, we want to congratulate Craig and Jeff for being this week's online winners for the $100 gift card to Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino. Go enter today, 1620thezone.com for your chance to win. And while you're there, get your picks in now for four-quarter pick'em.
Craig and Jeff.
10 games, no spread, just pick them straight up. Winner gets $250 for this week. And we have a grand prize at the end of the season. So if you participate each and every week, $2,500. That's four-quarter pick'em exclusively on 1620thezone.com. So do it now.
Yeah.
All right. Georgia, Tennessee. This is, I guess, this would be the main event of the week. You got number 6 team in the country, number 15, Tennessee. I think one of the interesting parts of this matchup is you've got an area where Gunnar Stockton isn't particularly good, or at least hasn't shown he is particularly good, versus something that Tennessee has not been particularly good at. So, for example, Tennessee had 3 losses last year. One thing all in common. It was their lowest coverage grade of the season. They had a terrible time covering receivers. All 3 of their losses, it was Arkansas, Georgia, Ohio State. Volunteer opponents earned a 94.5 PFF passing grade on 10-plus yard throws while completing 59% of their passes down the field.
Yep.
The problem is Gunnar Stockton has not been asked to go downfield. Across 141 career passing attempts, his average depth of target is at just 6.4 yards.
Damn.
So where Tennessee has been vulnerable, Stockton has not pressed so far.
Since the current coaching staff has been at Tennessee, they have not scored more than 17 points against Georgia. Since 2017, the average margin of victory, I believe, is like 24 for Georgia over Tennessee. I'm taking Georgia. I don't believe in Tennessee.
There's enough evidence that Kirby just has this team's number.
He does. Yeah, he does. And I think the game probably starts slowly. Kirby and them did nothing the last 2 weeks, right? He's now, I believe this is right, I think he's 0-38 in games where they have had a line that's more than 40, I believe. So he just doesn't put everything he has into those games. They play enough, they get the win, they don't get by margin. They don't get by the big enough margin to cover. And now he goes to Tennessee, he goes and plays Tennessee, and I think they're just ready to go. You know, I just think he'll out-scheme them.
Is this a good spot to take the under?
I do believe it'll start really slowly. I do.
50.5.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bet out there you could take for no points scored in the first quarter or something like that. Now, you never know with the second half because Heupel's offense can't get going, and knowing Tennessee's defense, you wouldn't be surprised if Georgia breaks a few long ones. So I don't know about the whole game, but I think early, the first half under.
Is this where Cinderella finally dies?
Yeah.
Cinderella of the early season, of course, is the South Florida Bulls, who beat Boise State, blew them out.
Yep.
And then last week, as a 17.5-point underdog, beat Florida on a last-second field goal. And look who's another 17.5-point underdog this week.
Yep.
It would be USF at Miami.
By the way,
question I have, though, go ahead.
I was going to say, look ahead for Miami. They play Florida next week.
Look ahead for Miami, but to me, the biggest question is, can the Bulls hold Miami's pass rush intact?
Yeah, and that is to play 3 games in a row like that. As South Florida. Now they've been in there. They're fine. It's not going to be like, Boise was coming to temperature. Florida is just a mess. But Miami, it's not going to be a problem with the temperature. Miami does have Florida, as I mentioned, next week. But I think Miami has a reason to put it on South Florida. And they have the ability to, and they're going to you've been playing these tough teams. You beat Florida. We're not letting it happen to us. Yeah, I know you guys. We played with you guys. We know you guys from high school. I think they might put one on them.
So even though it's a look-ahead spot, you still think that's a spot?
Just because I think they have this motivation to take care of Central Florida, South Florida, Florida International, FAU, whoever it is. I think Miami has that motivation.
Isn't it possible? I mean, you say it's a look-ahead spot, but is it really a look-ahead spot? I mean, with Florida dragging like they are, and let's say that Florida.
I think Miami's always going to. Miami and Florida State. And Miami, when they play Florida State, when they play Florida, I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also tomorrow night, Texas A&M, Notre Dame. Now the Irish have not played in 2 weeks.
Yes, right.
And this is a huge game for Notre Dame. We talked about it before the season started when we did 25 teams.
This could be it.
If they don't get this pelt,
right,
there's not many great pelts out there. Now, USC. is better than what we thought preseason, and if that holds, that would be a good win. But Notre Dame really doesn't have a lot of wiggle room here.
No.
Because they've already lost to Miami, and here's their next opportunity. And one of the things that cost Notre Dame 2 weeks ago was their O-line and their D-line did not hold up very well against Miami. I mean, Love had one of his lowest rushing performances ever, so they couldn't get him going. They allowed too much pressure. And if that continues, of course, Texas A&M usually, you think about defense. The interesting thing is, did you know that Texas A&M has only run the ball on 38% of its plays?
I think I believe that.
They have only run it on 38% of their plays.
I believe that. I thought it would be a little higher than that.
Yeah.
Here, the biggest difference between these two teams, and I think that Love is going to have I would bet him for his rushing total over, anytime touchdown, long run. If they give you a number for that, I would bet him all. I think they're going to run him, and they are going to be very productive in the run game. I think Notre Dame is going to run the ball a ton. Love's going to have a huge game. I like them winning the game just because I don't think A&M ever wins this game.
They rarely
do. In their history, I don't think they win. Like I said this on the podcast. They beat LSU last year, but LSU was dying. That team was dying at the end of the year. And then what really happened was in the second half, they went to their running quarterback. LSU couldn't do anything about stopping the running quarterback, and that's why they lost the game. I think they gave up 24 straight points. But I just don't see A&M winning this game. I think it's just back up against the wall game for Notre Dame.
It's more of you just don't trust them.
I don't trust them at all. No.
Do you trust Florida? Does anyone trust Florida? Can Florida give LSU a game?
I think they cover. I think Florida covers it. So I lost I had a whole bunch of stats that just went. I don't know what I lost them, but I do know that and I don't like saying his name, but the head coach of Florida, he has been amazing as a dog. I mean, amazing, and even more so if it's 6.5 or more. I would take Florida in the points because of how good he's been as a dog. I think he's like 4-0 as a small number when he's played an SEC team this big as a dog, and he's something like over his career, like 16-7 or 16-6 against the spread. So I would take Florida and the points.
Okay. Well, there's another SEC game, all SEC game.
Yeah.
That is pretty doggone intriguing.
South Carolina
Vanderbilt at South Carolina, and Michael's favorite.
Diego.
By the way, did you know this week, PFF top graded players at their position in the Power Four? Number one quarterback
Diego Pavia
is Diego Pavia. Number one tight end is Eli Stowers.
Wow.
Of Vanderbilt. So Vandy has two of the top graded players so far in this young season. These two teams already have a common opponent.
Yep.
Of course,
Vatek.
Vanderbilt beat Vatek on the road by 24.
Yep.
South Carolina, it took a little longer in a neutral site in week 1 or week 0 to get the win.
Diego Pavia as an underdog. That's all you need to hear. And by the way, the majority of the time, he wins these outright. Again, don't have my stats, lost them, but I'll tell you, it's a really good number against the spread with Diego Pavia as a dog, and many times he's a money line pick. Is it still 5.5?
It is. Oops, got to type, John. Vandy is a. Wow, computer's working right slow.
Yeah, I thought that
plus
would
3.
Move. I thought it would move.
It's plus 3.
Yes, that's what I thought. So it was 5.5. I looked at this, I think, on Monday. This is where it should be because this is the spot. This is the spot for Vanderbilt.
South Carolina obviously needs to win this game, but if they're going to live up to this lofty ranking, this seems like a very important game for South Carolina.
Oh,
if they're going to live up to the hype, because
people
are still going to say, "Oh, they lost to Vandy. What's wrong with them?" But this Vandy team is
a good Vandy team, and Diego Pavia is just clutch, man. And there's something about him. By the way, when they're big favorites, he's lost. He was the quarterback, I believe, when they lost to like Georgia State, and he was the quarterback when they lost to somebody else. That was a huge win. So you don't take him when he's a big favorite, but when his back's up against the wall, he's the dog. Something about him comes out.
I believe, is that game on SEC Network? I believe it is the SEC Network game. That'll be honestly, I know a lot of attention will be on LSU, Florida, and obviously Notre Dame. But if you only have a 2 TV setup, I think I'm kicking LSU Florida to the curb, and I'm watching Notre Dame and Texas A&M and Vandy, South Carolina.
There could be some crazy stuff that happens in LSU Florida because usually that series does have some crazy stuff playing. And you remember when they made this whole switch initially, and they put the one team that Florida and LSU, they made sure they play each other because of some of the rivalry that's happened there. I would watch just because of the amount of draft picks.
Well,
that you have an opportunity to watch when you play two teams like this.
I'm just saying, if you have a 2 TV
I get
setup,
it. I get it.
Tomorrow night,
yeah.
And don't forget, late, you got Minnesota and Cal.
Yeah, 9:30.
9:30 kick.
Yeah.
Which I believe is on ESPN. Really intriguing game.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to look ahead to a Nebraska opponent. So tomorrow night's really tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, really good stuff after the Nebraska game. There's going to be some good viewing.
Yeah, that's what I did. I went back and watched all of the BTN 60 so I could watch Minnesota play. That Michigan State game was fun against BC.
Yeah.
That was and neither one of them played great defense, but man, it was fun to watch.
Were there any other games on Saturday you got your eyeballs
on? Missouri. They play Lafayette, Louisiana Lafayette. They play South Carolina next week. Missouri beat Kansas.
Yep, big rivalry.
Then they play Louisiana Lafayette, and then they have South Carolina.
And what's the number on
Sandwich spot?
What's
27.5. 27.5.
That's pretty nice to be under that key number.
Spot.
That's not bad to be under that key number.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Here's another one. Oklahoma plays Temple at the Link.
And Oklahoma last week, of course, had Michigan, and the rest of their schedule, they're all
and then they
teams.
play Auburn. Sandwich spot. Big time sandwich spot. I like it. And my favorite one, this team called Michigan. Maybe you heard of them.
Yep.
They play Central Michigan. 27.5.
Yep.
I don't know if you know, they play Nebraska next week.
Yep.
Without their head coach.
And Biff Poggi experience.
Biff Poggi versus Central Michigan.
Next weekend.
Plus 27.5. Sandwich spot.
Well, we'll talk more about those games and others. We got predictions coming up. Also, tomorrow, we'll have a guest from covers.com during 1620, the pregame. So we'll recap a lot of this stuff, and we'll see if Michael can find his stats by then.
It's gone. It's one of those times where I did them on my phone in Gmail, and then when I opened this up, it lost the stuff from over here. It happens.
Well, isn't it still on the phone?
No, because once the Gmail updates, it's updated that page.
Oh,
so it saved the new one. So it's all those are gone. But when you have a team like Texas Tech who needs to prove themselves,
yes,
and they have the opportunity to prove themselves against a team who needs to prove themselves like Utah, that's a next week matchup that I can't wait to watch. Utah, Texas Tech next week. By the way, Utah has Wyoming this week. Wyoming's not good.
And that game's at 10 o'clock local time.
It is.
10 a.m. local time. That's big noon kickoff.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, it is One Beer Friday. It is the happy hour, and I have got a stat that if Nebraska can end it, will end something that has never happened before in the University of Nebraska
You
history.
tease this more than Mae West.
That isn't. I mean, you people complain about my
It's
old
It's a deep cut.
That is a
very deep cut.
I mean, yeah, in 1950 that would have worked.
1930 probably.
Well, that's true. We'll have that coming up next. 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably had Beer Center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was nope? It was one beer. Friday.
Here we go. One Beer Friday. The weekend is here. Husker game tomorrow. We are your Big Red Sandwich. Huskers in the middle. 16:20 the pregame at 8:30. Big Red overreaction right after. Severe reaction, which it's like the after dinner mint. It comes way later. But
this is brunch.
Brunch.
We're brunch. I'm brunch. You know,
if people eat brunch at 8:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock.
Well, it depends on what time you wake up.
I think.
Yeah.
I think brunch is anytime after 9:30.
So we used to, I used to work
Maybe
morning.
10.
Oh, by the way, happy One Beer Friday.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We used to work at the morning show, and so at Channel 7, I came in at 2:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So when the show was over and cut-ins were over at 9, we would have like these big potlucks, and
nice.
we always joke about that was our brunch because it depends on the time you get up. I'd been up for a good 8-9 hours at that point. So yeah, it all depends. I'm just glad that it's not like week 1 where the game's on Thursday and I don't do the show until Sunday.
Because
like what hasn't been said at that point.
and you've forgotten what you were going to say in the first place.
Yeah.
It's been 4 days.
And then last week it was, got home at I think I got home about 12:30, 1 o'clock, and did a couple things I wanted to do, and then got to bed about 2, got up at 6:30. 6, 5:30 to get here at 6. And yeah, it wasn't a lot of sleep.
No.
Wasn't a lot of sleep for that game.
Well, we want to thank Cross Strain for being the sponsor of One Beer Friday. Today, we're going with the premium pills. Thank you to Doug and everyone at Cross Strain. Of course, you can get the official craft beer of the Huskers, Cornhusker Crusher, at the stadium tomorrow. Just make sure you're there early enough so you can beat the lines.
I have a Coke Zero, Darth Vader edition.
Why are they putting
Darth Vader?
Why are they putting
Darth
Star Wars characters on a Coke can?
I don't know, but we had a bunch of them at the house. I had
okay.
One with Darth. I had one with CP3O, that guy.
C3PO. How do you not know this?
I had that guy, and I had the
Unbelievable.
RF2 I had all of them. Bubaka.
Stop pretending like you.
Bubaka was good.
Stop pretending like you don't know who these
I had
people are.
Obi-61. I had all of them on the cup.
R2 chains.
R2 chains. That dude.
Yes.
He got in trouble.
Yes.
Don't you get in trouble. Make sure you're drinking responsibly, whatever it is you're drinking. But whatever it is you're drinking, take a picture of it. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday. Send it to us, JTIC Construction's own Twitter page. Nick is going to pick one at random at some point later tonight. And you'll win $25 to Cross Strain, where you can go get yourself either some of this great premium pills, or maybe the Koala Tears, or maybe the Cornhusker Crusher, because it is available in cans there at their brewery.
Or maybe it'll be sometime Monday morning. I will pick a winner.
And don't forget, if you drink like a fish, swim.
Thank you.
Do not drive.
So, as we get ready to begin the happy hour, by the way, Jack Mitchell is going to join us. We've got predictions coming up.
Are we doing Super Friends again?
The Super Friends are back.
Yay!
The Super Friends are every Friday.
Okay.
Every Friday.
Every Friday.
It just started last week.
Oh, okay. I was the first one. I was here for
You
it.
were here for the first one. The year was 2016.
2016.
The date was October the 22nd.
Okay, I remember that date.
Nebraska 27.
Yep.
Purdue 14.
Yes.
Kind of a forgettable game.
Forgettable game.
But Tommy Armstrong had a good game.
Yeah,
He
he
had
did.
300 yards of total offense. DeMornay Pearsonell had a long touchdown.
Yep.
Didn't
DeMornay get hurt in that game?
That I don't recall.
I think at Purdue or at home?
This was in Lincoln.
Oh, never mind. He got hurt in Purdue.
Yeah, he got hurt in Purdue. But Nebraska won the game 27-14. At that moment, it made them 7-0.
That's right.
Now you might be saying to yourself, Self, why is this dumb old idiot talking about a Purdue game in 2016 when A, not playing Purdue this week, B, not playing Purdue at all this year.
That's sad.
And C, what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Because it was this game that represented the end of a winning streak. Now, it was a 7-game winning streak at that point, but it also represented the last time that Nebraska football would have a 4-game or greater winning streak.
That is correct.
If they win tomorrow, they will have a 4-game winning streak. In fact, if you take a look, if this thing's going to upload.
There it is.
Active win streaks in college football. You got Illinois, Ohio State, Memphis, 6-game winning streak. And if you look down there at the bottom, there's Vandy, there's South Florida, there's Wyoming, there's Arkansas, there's Utah, there's Southern Cal, there's Nebraska.
Wow, that is some weird company.
It is some weird company. Now you're saying, what is the significance of a 4-game winning streak?
I don't know.
Well, today I went down a weird rabbit hole.
Today.
You?
Today.
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 Today,
Not
I went
any
down.
other day, but just today.
Today,
John
I
loves going
went down a
down
weird rabbit hole, and
Yes.
I found something that was unprecedented in Nebraska football history.
Okay.
We are currently at 3,247 days. Tomorrow, it will be 3,248 days since the last time Nebraska had a 4-game winning streak.
Okay.
This is the longest drought in the history of Nebraska football.
Wow.
Without a 4-game winning streak. You would have thought, and I thought, because I went, okay, I'm going back to the 1950s.
Yeah, of course.
Because it was a bad decade for Nebraska football.
Yes.
That there's certainly a stretch there where they did not have a 4-game winning streak. The longest stretch of futility that I could find next to this one was a 2,500-day stretch that lasted from 1955 to Bob Devaney's first year in 1962.
The dead years.
We are currently in today, right now, the longest drought in the history of Nebraska football without a 4-game winning streak.
The negative boys.
Negative boys.
The negative boys.
But you see, it can be positive.
Okay, sure.
It can be positive.
Okay.
The because tomorrow it can finally come to an end and be done.
It could. It could. I do not like green eggs and ham. I also do not like when they stretch it over 2 games or 2 seasons. I didn't like last week when they were telling me that the guy had broken the most consecutive passes because it wasn't in 1 game. And I don't like when you go over 2 seasons. Just me.
So you're not. So tomorrow,
I don't buy it.
You won't count it as a.
I mean, 3 in a row. 3 in a row this season. Last season was last
I'll
season.
have you know, when I looked this up, I looked cross seasons just to make sure I was right.
I know. I'm not a huge cross, but that's fine. It's fine. It's a beautiful stat. Beautiful stat. Beautiful stat.
It's amazing.
It's we know how bad it is, John. We've been here. We've been following this team. We know how
But
bad
usually
been.
this
We
futility
know.
ends
They
in the
went
50s. Usually
6
we can
years.
always used to say,
No, John.
hey, it's the worst since Bill Jennings.
We know.
We always were able to say that.
But
And
we
now,
know.
and now I can't say that. I can't say it's the worst it's been
I said,
since Bill Jennings.
I remember those years of going through it when Frost got hired and talking about where they were, and then Frost, it got worse. And we know how long it took for Frost to win 3 games in a row. Never. We know that. We know it, how bad it's been, John. Why do you rub it in? You just taking
realize
salt
this is
and
the
just
worst?
digging it into somebody's
This is the
wound.
worst since Langdon Frothingham, the first coach in Nebraska history.
Yes, I understand that. And Dana X Bible didn't do it, or any of those other ones did it. All I know is that it was not necessary. You didn't have to do this. This rabbit hole was completely unnecessary.
I disagree. I think
it's an unnecessary rabbit hole.
I think it's a very fascinating stat.
Something fascinating and horrible are right next to each other.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Nebraska, by the way, in their last 6 games against FCS opponents going back to 2013 are 3-3 against the number. And breaking news, we have our first official line on this game tomorrow.
That
it just
correct.
came down, I believe.
The first one is FanDuel. FanDuel was first.
And it is
42.5.
42.5.
Which is right in line with the power poll. Right in line.
Nebraska, of course, last year covered by 0.5 point against UNI. Did you know?
I did not.
That Houston Christian has never had a winning season.
I do know that. Yes, actually, I did know that.
Now, they only started back in 2013. Their best year was 2 years ago when they went 5-5.
Yeah. They didn't even bother to play 11 games. Yeah.
Max says, thanks, John. Found it interesting. Stop being weird, Michael. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's me being weird.
Listen,
it's me being weird.
If y'all want a reason to go vandalize and tear down goalposts, a win
this
tomorrow.
This is not the reason.
You're ending the longest streak in program history. You're allowed in my. Normally, I'm not a guy that sponsors vandalism, rushing the court, rushing the field.
Neither am I.
But this is one time where I will allow it because you will end a 3,200-day streak of not having a 4-game win streak. Congratulations.
Okay. Fine. Sounds wonderful. Yeah, thank you.
4 straight wins.
4 straight,
4 straight
over
wins.
2 seasons. One was a bowl game. No,
it still counts.
Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know if it counts.
It still counts.
You believe it counts.
I do believe it
counts. It only
counts.
matters if it matters to you, John.
It should matter
It
to everybody.
only matters
It should
if it
matter to
matters
everybody.
to you.
It should matter to everybody.
We start yelling that number. It'll be as famous in any number in sports history.
Yeah. Do we have any? Now we're gonna have some props, game props.
Yeah,
coming up in predictions.
Okay.
Are you looking at any props tomorrow? Game props?
So I the ones that weren't up yet when I went yesterday. They weren't up. I will probably do much like I did last week with the overs for depending what Raiola is for Raiola, one of the wide receivers, and Emmett Johnson. I also did the halftime, but I don't think we'll have that. I'm guessing. Maybe it. Let me check right now. Maybe they are. Maybe they're up.
I know that our friends at Underdog.
Oh, they always have the
They have
higher or lower, right?
Yes. They do have props on this game. As soon as my phone loads, I can tell you exactly what they are. But yes, they do have props on this game tomorrow. And they're all first half props.
Oh, okay.
They're all first half props. Dylan, first half passing touchdowns, higher or lower, 1.5.
And what's the money on that? It's like, what's the?
It just gives you an option to go higher.
Okay,
So
it doesn't say. Is this even money? Or
yeah, it doesn't say. It will say. It says on Emmett Johnson, it's 81 cents on the dollar.
Okay.
For a rushing first half rushing touchdown. First half rushing yards, 67.5.
Yeah, Nebraska's still not up here on the site I'm on, so don't have them.
If you want to ride it
They'll be
again
up tomorrow.
If you want to ride again with Dane Key, first half receiving yards, 27.5.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
Think about it, because he had a good game, caught a touchdown pass.
Yep.
Had a few catches, but I could see maybe them targeting him more just to give him a. That's how wide receivers are. They don't get the load, then the next week they get the load.
Last week it was 14 rushes for Emmett. Do we go lower than that this week?
I would hope so. I don't think there's any reason for him to have
I'd
that
love
many
if he
carries.
were a healthy scratch.
Oh, not even playing.
Yeah.
Give him a couple carries. I mean, he has a limited amount of touches and games left in his college career. Give him a little bit.
Right, but you're gonna be riding him a lot starting next week.
I know. But also, you don't want him to be rusty.
You think he's gonna be rusty?
You could be. Think about it. I mean, not playing a game, and there's the whole contact. You bruise yourself. You get bruised up as it goes along in training camp. And then you play that first game, and it's really that first real, true physical contact.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, you give him a week off. I don't know. I don't.
A series or two, but I wouldn't.
Okay.
I'd love to see less than 10.
Okay.
Less than 10 touches tomorrow for Emmett. And would love to see a little more TJ Lateef. It was. I mean, I admit, second half, I had my face in the computer watching the Oklahoma game.
Really?
But when TJ Lateef was out there,
Yeah,
he was worth watching.
Let me quote the great Jack Mitchell. All I want to see.
Don't let you hear him say
all
that.
I want to see is one thing and one thing only happen in the second half. And that is old Grandpa Paul scoring a touchdown as a Nebraska Cornhusker. That's all that matters. Gramstad producing 6, baby.
I wouldn't put it past Matt Rule to try to force feed that.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's probably his last chance.
Yeah.
It's like the last dance.
Yeah.
Last dance. The last dance for love.
That's
what it's
why
like.
Did you have to go all?
That's all.
I
that's
knew
left.
what you meant when you
That's
said the last dance. You didn't have
that's
to sing.
left.
You didn't have
maybe
to
you thought
sing
I was
the rest
talking about Michael Jordan, the Chicago Bulls. I don't
No,
know.
as soon as you repeated the words "last dance," I knew where you were going. You didn't need to.
Well,
finish
let's
it.
give him a little bit of a chance, huh?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
we certainly can.
Gramstad for TD.
Got another bold prediction? I got a bold prediction for tomorrow. There will be a 70-yard or greater scoring play tomorrow.
I believe that there will be a kickoff return for a touchdown for the Nebraska Cornhuskers tomorrow. A lot of people are talking about high school.
Yeah, why a kickoff?
A lot of people are talking about punt return. A lot of people are talking about that. And you can do so many things to limit people getting a punt return. I think Houston Christian is going to kick the ball off straight to Nebraska, right down the middle. And there's been so much talk about missing holes. I think either Kenneth Williams or somebody else brings that back for a touchdown. Opening kickoff, maybe.
Yeah, you realize there may only be one chance for that.
Opening kickoff or the opening of the second half. That's all you need. One. They can get 20. When's the last time they had a punt return? You have 20 chances for punt return and maybe not get one.
True.
I think they're going to be a kickoff return for a touchdown. That's what I think.
Okay. Kickoff return for a touchdown.
Yeah.
I would think a punt return is going to be more likely than a kickoff return.
Well, yeah, you're guessing they're going to get, like, most people think that almost everybody I've seen that done their scores has had Houston score.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I have them getting 3. So maybe there's a chance for 3 of them, 2 of them. I don't know. I know how difficult it can be to return punts. Especially when you don't want them to. You can kick the ball out of bounds, kick it really high so they can't return it. There's a lot of things you can do.
Yeah. No, that is definitely true.
We'll see. I'm picking the kickoff return.
Okay. Well,
you're picking a 70-yard one?
A 70-yard or greater scoring play. It could be a punt return, could be a kickoff return, could be a long pass. How long does Dylan stay in tomorrow?
I would give him, I think 3 or 4 drives. It depends on if they score. Like, if they go out there and get stopped by Houston Christian on the first drive or the second drive, I want him to have confidence going into Michigan. So I definitely want his last drive to be a touchdown drive.
Right.
And so if it takes, 3 or 4 of them to get good numbers, I think Jack said this too, about somebody said making a push for Heisman. In order to do
that yesterday.
In order to do that, you've got to put up some numbers. And so I think you leave him in there to let him get at least some numbers.
Okay.
So that's what I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Long scrimmage plays so far this year, John, of 70 plus in FBS. You have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19 of them.
So you're saying there's a chance.
A chance to get the 20th one for Nebraska to go over a 70-plus yard long scrimmage play. Now, in terms of 80,
I didn't say 80.
There's only like a handful, like 5.
Right. Well, those are hard to get.
They are hard to get because most time you're getting past the 20 on the kickoff or
that's true.
We take possession. So
that's true. Yeah. And Nebraska's been winning the field possession battle, and they haven't had to take many long drives this
22 yards last week. They won field possession by 20.
So that puts them where about plus 15 for the season? Because weren't they 12? Plus 12 against Cincinnati?
Yes.
So they're right in that 15, 16 range, which has been a stat that has affected Nebraska for a long time.
It's one of those things where you're going to have those. You're just going to have them against bad teams, and you got to pile it up against those bad teams. So total right now, Nebraska is, that's my plus production, finishing drives. They are 22. They're net 18. So they were not. They're net 18.
Okay.
For the season.
No, it's fair enough.
Is where they are. Because Cincinnati was 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We were talking on Jack's
4.9. It was 4.9 last week.
We were talking on Jack's show earlier today, and the idea of, running it up or getting another big number. Kevin Suits, who joins us, he's the 1011 sports director there in Lincoln, CBS affiliate, said that it likely won't happen this week because of the relationship between Matt Rule and the coaches.
That makes sense.
At, Houston Christian, that they'll really be conscious not to lay it in on them if possible.
That makes a ton of sense.
I agree.
Yeah.
I also think, listen, Matt can talk about all he wants, but it's an 11 o'clock kick and the atmosphere is not likely going to be great. It's hard to get up for those games. It's hard to get going that early, especially when you've been playing. Well, I mean, you played 2 straight night games.
Yep.
So I would not be surprised if the number is a little bit lower this week. Or
Yeah,
maybe
and
significantly lower.
And you had to remember, and even with the fumble and the stop on downs, to score every drive like that against anybody, against air, against the white versus the red team, it's not easy to do because anything can happen. You can get a bad penalty. Obviously, the ball can be fumbled, tip ball on an interception. It's just not easy to do it the way he did.
Speaking of Jack Mitchell, he'll join us here at the bottom of the hour for our Super Friends Roundtable. But coming up next, we have predictions.
Yay! And keys.
Predictions and keys.
Hey, keys.
Michael's got his keys.
I got keys.
So we'll get to those and be right back here on 1620 The Zone. John here for Underdog Fantasy. You can play it right here in Nebraska. That's right. You're not going across the state lines to do this. Here's how it works. Go to Underdog Fantasy, download the app, get it right there on your phone, and then you go in and pick any sport, any game, pick any player, your favorite players, and decide whether or not that player is going to go higher or lower on stats such as touchdowns, points in basketball, hits in baseball, whatever the case may be. And you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. I've got a small selection tomorrow. Yes, there are numbers on the Nebraska game. I've got Dylan over or higher than 172.5 first half passing yards, and Jaden Mayava of USC, who's playing Purdue, higher than 2.5 passing touchdowns. That pays 3.5 times your money. And it's so easy to do. Just download that Underdog app today and use our promo code 1620 The Zone. You'll score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone. Millions of fans are already winning billions making picks on Underdog, and you can be next. Again, use our promo code at sign up 1620 The Zone and score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone when you download the Underdog Fantasy app. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
best time at your party. Thank you very much.
All right, here's my key party. Don't lose, don't get hurt. There you go. And number 3, never, ever schedule this game again.
That
There's
is
my
keys 1, 2, and 3.
Very simple.
Okay. My keys.
Michael's probably going to be a little more detailed than mine.
I have a little more detail than that. All right. My first key, like my good friend Mark Anthony once said.
You have Mark
A good friend, Mark Anthony, said, cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war, baby. Of course, that was said
Mark Anthony.
after, Julius Caesar, Julius Caesar's going to get killed. He's like, hey, things are going to get bad.
Yep.
When you got good havoc, good things are happening. Nebraska needs to start feeling good about their defensive line havoc. I don't mean just the front 3, but anybody who lines up there. Sometimes it's going to be 5, sometimes it's going to be 4, sometimes it's going to be 6. Get some havoc. Right now, actually, with these 2 games, Nebraska is plus 10 on what I'm trying to track this year of havoc production difference. So because of how dominant they were against Cincinnati, 21-6, right now Nebraska's plus 10. But it really hasn't been from the defensive line, right? You did get a couple nice plays from Pet Boys.
The Pet Shock Boys.
The Bet Shock Boys. You got that. But you want to feel good going into Maryland. So let's get some havoc, baby. Let's go get it.
Last week, according to my stats, 18 havoc plays. That's counting QB hurries too.
Yeah, I cited havoc, pressure, hurries, TFLs, sacks, batted balls.
Yep.
So I had 21-6 based on the numbers that we had on the stat thing.
Okay.
Number 2, it is all about depends.
I thought you were going to go all about that base.
It is sometimes about that base.
Okay.
This time it's about the depends. Adult diapers. The last time Nebraska played.
Apparently there's going to be bad hot dogs tomorrow.
An FCS team. What did we talk about afterwards? Leaky yards.
Yep.
Leaky yards.
Yep.
Leaky yards can happen. And this team does have 2 running backs who are averaging about 5 yards a carry together.
Yep.
And about 221 yards a game. Now, that's great. But this is Nebraska. Do we have a CVS in the end zone? Hell no. Will there be 80,000 screaming fans there? Probably not, but close.
They won't be screaming. They'll be kind of sleepy.
They'll be kind of sleepy. So what you got to do is you got to shut them down. You got to have great contact.
Yeah.
You've got to wrap up and not give up any leaky yards. Like the pin says, protect against leaks and yardage. And lastly,
number 3,
don't feel bad about kicking the ass of an SCS team. Don't feel bad about it. Some people are like, oh, we know them. We've done some camps there. We have all of that. Let me introduce you to a combination of lyrics from one of my favorite bands.
Man, we're going like deep into history and music.
Never care for what they say. Never care for what games they play. Never care for what they do. Never care for what they know. Breed to kill, not to care. Do just as we say. Finish them. Greeting death. Here's yours to take away. As Metallica said, don't be letting no FCS team bother you.
You quoted Metallica.
That's Metallica combination. Drop a big number on them and then move on to Michigan.
Okay.
Don't feel bad about it.
Those are good keys.
That's my keys.
Keys to the game. And now it is time for
predictions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
If you thought that South Florida upsetting Florida was the upset of the week.
Oh, hell no.
No,
Oh,
it was
hell no.
not.
Was not.
The upset of the week was that Nick, out of all 5 of us, including Michael and Joey, won predictions last week. He was the only person with a winning record. He went 10-8.
Nice.
Thank you.
So there you go, Nick. You're on a roll with Butter.
Nice.
Let's get started with Clemson and Georgia Tech. Clemson -3. I'm taking the Ramblin' Wreck.
They have more nicknames than any other college football program. Yes. Give me the Yellow Jackets of GT Georgia Tech.
Josh is taking Clemson, Nick.
All right, fine.
I am also going to take Clemson.
All right, so we got a split decision. I like it. Central Michigan plus 27.5 at Michigan. Josh, being a Michigan hater, apparently, he's going with the Chippewas to cover.
So am I.
Yeah, I'll take a cover.
Look ahead spot. Michigan, backup coach. Get out there, get some points, get back to the bench.
I would like to agree with you, but I also want to feel like I can steal a point here. I'll go with the Wolverines to cover. It is 27.5. They can get to 28. They'll be okay.
Okay.
Georgia, -4 at Tennessee. Josh is going with the Vols. I'm going with UGA.
Dogs.
Rocky Top is a better song than whatever Georgia has.
You've never heard John's Rocky Top.
It's basically glory, glory, hallelujah. Teacher hit me with a ruler. We're done with that.
Over and over and over and over.
Rocky Top's better.
Yeah.
Which is the exact same fight song as Colorado. South Florida plus 17.5 at Miami. Josh likes the Canes. Nick?
Maybe South Florida can be a little scrappy and cover.
In general, Mario Cristobal has not been great in this situation, in general. But one time that he did cover a number this big against an underdog was last year when they beat South Florida 50-15. I remember that stat because I was on South Florida. I'm taking the Canes to blow them out again.
I'm going to go USF. I think it's the look-ahead spot that you mentioned, and it is a half point above that key number of 17.
Yeah.
Florida is a touchdown underdog at LSU. Give me the Tigers.
Taking the Gators to cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take the Tigers.
Tigers. Go Tigers.
All right. Well, another split decision there. Josh has gone with Florida.
Okay.
Garrett Nussmeier and DJ Lagway combined interceptions over under 1.5.
Ooh, I'll go over that.
Yeah, I'll take the over.
I'll go over that.
That's a clean sweep.
Yeah, give me over.
I thought I might have something there. Texas A&M plus 6.5 at Notre Dame. Josh is going with the Fighting Irish, and so am I.
What do I call Texas A&M again, guys?
The Aggies?
Ass and more ass.
Oh, that's true.
Give me Notre Dame.
Yeah. Yep. I will go with the less racist Notre Dame. Yeah. Yeah, because there's no place as racist as
Vanderbilt plus 3 at South Carolina. I know where you're going with this one.
Diego. Where's your backpack? Diego. Hi, kids. We watch Dora.
Yes,
I know where your cousin Diego.
Are you done?
At least he's getting more contemporary now with his reference.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I know that one.
Yeah.
South Carolina.
I agree. I agree. Go Cox.
Go Cox. Okay.
Lenora Sellers, 29.5 passing yards more than Diego Pavia.
Oh, no. Diego's put like a 350 on him.
I'm going to go Sellers.
I'll say Pavia does.
Pavia
I think
lights him up.
I think Sellers beats him with his legs.
Lights him up. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think Sellers runs. Yeah.
Game of the week in the National Football
That is not
League.
the game of the week. It's not even the game of the day.
The
It's
New Orleans Saints, the mighty, mighty New Orleans Saints.
Not a game of the week. Not even a game.
The
Not even a game.
disrespect of this organization, this great organization. Remember when old Tommy Benson used to walk around on the field with that umbrella above his head? Remember that?
It's called the second line.
Those were good. Those were good times. Remember when the fans had the bags over their head?
Yes.
Those were also good times.
They were.
Well, you can take the bags off because the Saints are a dog against the very injured San Francisco 49ers.
Both teams are injured. You asking me?
Yeah.
Niners. Running the ball, playing great defense. Niners.
You know what? I'll take the Saints to cover.
All right, go ahead.
Josh will go with the 49ers. Of course I'm taking the Saints. Nobody walks in to the Caesars Superdome
You do like how he's
and
mocking
gets
you?
away with it unless you're the Los Angeles Rams.
And or the Arizona Cardinals.
That's true.
For some reason.
Just 5 days ago.
A surprising battle of 1-0 teams. Not that the Broncos are 1-0, but
Oh,
the Colts are 1-0.
The Horsey Bowl.
Broncos -1.5 at the Colts.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Indy in an upset.
Yeah, they're almost inviting you and telling you should take the Colts in this. You almost are inviting you. I'm going to go with the better coach, and I'm going to go with Sean Payton, even though I know I'm supposed to take the Colts.
I'm going to take the Broncos, and I hope they murder the Colts.
Murder them
on the field.
We'll murder them. Thanks, Coach Rule.
The alleged game of the week is the Super Bowl rematch, the Eagles and the Chiefs. I'm going Philadelphia.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why is this -1?
Because it opened at Chiefs -1.5.
Why is this only Philly -1?
Maybe they're telling you something.
Why, when you're talking about a team that has no wide receivers, couldn't stop anything last week against a Justin Herbert who's never played like that against good competition? Why is it just -1? Give me the Chiefs.
Yeah,
Give me the Chiefs.
I'll take the Chiefs too.
Give me the Chiefs.
All right.
Somebody knows something. I don't know what it is. Not me.
Chargers -3.5 at the Raiders. I'm going to go with you know what? No, I'm changing. I'm going with the Raiders to cover. I think it'll be a close game, but I think the Chargers win.
The Raiders are my scrappy team of the year. I'm going to take the Raiders.
I already told you. I think Raiders +3.5 is nice. Nice. In the big rumble.
Finally, some prop bets. Emmett Johnson. These are the props that I found on Underdog. First half rushing yards. Emmett Johnson over under 64.5. I'm going to take the over.
I want to take the over, but then I'm listening to you and like, she'll only get about 4 or 5 carries. I think not. I think he's going to want to get his yards. I'm going over.
I'll take the over too.
Josh is going to go with the under.
And by the way, every time you say this, I go, look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a dog. A dog. Underdog.
Dylan Raiola, first half passing yards over under 172.5.
Ooh. I'll go over that. They want him to win the Heisman or be at least in the conversation.
I'm going to go over that. Josh is going under, Nick.
I'll also go under.
All right.
I don't know if you know this or not, but Josh is a hater.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew.
Nebraska punts over under 1.5. They famously did not punt last week.
I'm going to go over on purpose. So they're the parents that are in from halfway around the world will see him punt some more.
Can you remind me? I don't fully remember. Did they end up punting against you and I last season?
Oh, yeah. They got stopped a couple times.
I thought so.
They got stopped a couple times. Yeah.
People
sure.
forget I was there watching that game.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
Panthers.
yeah.
Give me the over.
Yeah.
I'm going to go under.
Just one or none?
One.
Okay.
Husker sacks over under 2.5. You just mentioned
Havoc.
Get that havoc. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be sacks, but do they get more than 2.5?
Let's slip the dogs of war, baby.
All right. Over it is.
Yep.
Over.
Ditto. And finally, the score. We now have a line, but Josh didn't have it earlier when he made his pick. 52-9 is what he is taking. I've got Nebraska 55-6.
I've got 42-7 Nebraska.
I took 51-3.
And that is predictions for this week.
I call it a Callahan field goal.
A Callahan field goal.
Yes.
I like it. Jack Mitchell's waiting in the waiting room, so we're going to get to him next. It's the Super Friends Roundtable on 1620 The Zone. Oh boy, what a week it has been, and it is almost over. We're almost ready for game time. And on Fridays, I thought I put him in. No, he's disappeared. There he is. Live from his house. KLIN is not broadcasting this. Well, they're broadcasting this afternoon. They're doing a volleyball match.
Got his Jimi Hendrix shirt on. Jimi Hendrix shirt.
Got my. This is a softball team. My spring, the spring 2025 version.
What is the T-shirt over your right shoulder?
Oh, good. It's way too long of a story.
Who? Just tell me who it is, and we'll move on.
God, I don't want that to be.
It's in the picture. You got.
I know. I don't. It's. Oh,
I riled up.
Is that a Mike Riley T-shirt?
No, it's not. It's Mike Johans. It is such a long.
Governor?
Oh yeah, former governor and mayor of Lincoln.
Yes.
Oh, Johans was the mayor of Lincoln too, huh?
Yeah, he was the mayor of Lincoln. Yeah. Oh, how very nice. Mr. I abhor talking about politics, and he's got a politician in his background.
I don't abhor talking about politics. I didn't at one point in my life.
Many years ago.
I abhor talking about it. Yes,
on
certain formats.
Yeah, I understand.
That makes sense.
I was a political science major. I went to law school.
That's gonna be targeting.
So I have the stat. I looked this up after we left the air this morning. It's been over 3,200 days since Nebraska has had a 4-game winning streak. It's the longest drought in program history.
And this is Mike Riley 2016?
Yep. That is the last time Nebraska won as many as 4 games in a row. I honestly thought when I started doing this, it wasn't going to go back that far. It went all the way to the beginning of time.
It only counts if it's during the same season.
No, it doesn't. It's still a winning streak.
No, it's a winning streak during the same season. You can't count over seasons. No, it just doesn't work that way.
Was Dylan the quarterback last year in the bowl game?
And Dylan's record shouldn't have counted over 2 games either.
Was Emmett Johnson playing in that game last year?
This is not NBA basketball.
But the point is, this has been we keep thinking we've ended all of these long stretches of futility. And here we are, we're ending another long stretch of futility.
That's I mean, honestly, regardless of how you count it.
You were there, Jack, this whole time, right? You know how bad it was. He doesn't need to remind us. We know. We know it's legendary. We know that Scott Frost ended up passing the Jennings era. We know this.
I had to think about it if there was a 4 there. If you would have just not had me think at all, I would have said, well, there had to be another point where they won 4 in a row since 2016 or 4 consecutive games. Evidently not, though.
Scott never won 3, right? He never won 3.
I don't know. We were talking about that this morning, John. They got 3. Oh no, it was Rule who got 3 last year.
Yeah, Rule.
Yeah,
I don't
got
think
3
Scott
last
never
year.
got 3.
Frost never got 3 in a row. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he never got 3 because the 2 in a row were Bethune-Cookman in Minnesota.
Right.
Oh my gosh. It's no wonder I feel so good. My mind, my body has not experienced this for a decade. It's amazing.
Yeah.
This is incredible. That was literally the Obama administration.
It literally
Not
was.
just literally.
I mean, it was. I mean,
it was actually,
sometimes that can be said figuratively, but it was.
No, I know.
So last week, and I'm there's probably others, but these are the 4 that came to my mind instantly. TJ Lateef, Cade Petschak, Quinn Clark, and Isaiah Mosey. There were a lot of freshmen who showed out last week.
Yeah.
Which one, and if there's one I didn't mention, which one are you most excited about their future of that group
that's a good
or
question.
any others of the
like
true
there?
freshmen
So is
that
this
we've
like a
seen?
keeper league or is this like a weekly league, like
Yeah.
a 1-year league?
Yeah.
Who am I
this
putting
is-
stock
this
in
is
now?
The whole time they're here.
This is for their Husker career.
Their Husker career.
Lateef, Petschak, Clark, Mosey. There might be another. The freshman.
Who? So at the end of their career, who will we say was the best? Probably Lateef. Probably Lateef.
Really?
Oh, that's a bold statement because you got
little Raiola
little
coming.
brother coming, and then after him, you have a quarterback
That's
with higher
true.
length than him.
That's true. That's true. I don't know. I saw that littler guy running around out there, and you know how I get. With running quarterbacks, I get a little gaga about it. And you might be making an absolutely fair because there are a bunch of guys behind him, but man, I could boy, I liked what I saw from him. So if I didn't, and I picked him because of the position, and plus you have outsized impact at quarterback. But probably the one after that, I would say Petchak probably next.
Petchak was my number one.
Yeah, I would take Mosey, then Quinn, because Mosey just looked amazing breaking tackles and the way he runs, and I see what they love about him. Then it'd be Quinn Clark because I'm a big Quinn Clark fan. Then it would be Petchak, and then TJ Latif because I just don't think he'll be here.
That could be.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a crowded quarterback.
It'd be great if he was. I just don't see him sticking around.
Quinn Clark would certainly be my sentimental pick.
No.
I would love to see of it if it was him, and I do think he will have a fine career. But when I think of what I saw out of Petchak, I mean, think he's a freshman. He does not look it.
What number does he wear?
He wears 93. He's got a lot to live up to.
It's like wearing 23 in basketball.
He doesn't have to live up to Sue, but I don't know. I think, and honestly, I would say this in the short term as well. If Nebraska continues to struggle rushing for and getting home, you're going to need it. You're going to need somebody that can maybe spark that. Petchak could be that guy.
Yeah, maybe. And
So I kind of think he's the short-term answer as well as my long-term.
Yeah, that's probably why I would have picked him. I feel like in the next several weeks, he probably will have the biggest impact out of that group. But I completely agree with Michael in that Mosey was among the backup, the second line of running backs that played. He was by far, and I don't even think he had a carry. I think they were all
never lined up in the backfield.
But what you referred to, just like evading tackles, breaking tackles, not getting tackled. Holy cow. There were several times I was like, man, this guy is fascinating. Now I can see why they saw him play receiver, and they're like, maybe he ought to play some running back too.
Oh, yeah.
I liked it. I like it.
I do like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
A lot.
I like it.
Backup running backs. Did you see anything last week that encouraged you?
Well, Mosey, I mean, that would be the number one for me.
Right, but I mean, but he did all his work as a receiver.
3 for 65.
Yeah, but I mean, assume if they hand him the ball, he can do that too.
I would hope so.
I mean,
what do you think about Nelson and what Ives did?
I don't know. They all had a couple of solid plays, but it's just hard. I don't know. It's hard. Ives, I'm most interested in just because he is the biggest. He's the most physically different from the rest of the group. He's the bigger guy out of them. So he makes sense. I kind of have always thought he will be the primary change of pace back after Emmett Johnson, especially when they want to go big. Maybe the kind of like the Dowdell role to some degree. I'm not saying he's even the same style, but he's big. He's just got a different body than those other guys do a little bit.
Yeah.
I think, and I hope this happens tomorrow. I'm not saying that what they did last week was wrong. They were still throwing the ball, up 50, up 60, because they were working on their offense. I got no problem with that.
And it was an FBS team.
But I hope that tomorrow, when it gets to 40, 45, 50, whatever the margin is, that they just literally just run the ball not for the purpose of saving anybody or saving anyone's feelings, but to really work these backs. I want to see those 3 backup running backs get at least with 20 carries combined. Is that asking too much? Just to see it.
As long as Connor Booth gets 5, I'm good.
Okay, throw Connor Booth in there. I'll go 25. 25 carries between those 4.
It's interesting you say that too, because it reminds me of looking at Emmett Johnson's stats for the last couple of years. He scored more receiving touchdowns than he did rushing touchdowns.
Yep.
It's sort of been a thing about this offense that they really want to use backs as receivers, and they've actually done it in a lot of cases more effectively than they have as running backs.
Yeah, that system, the Texas Tech system, and I know they don't run that, but the best thing it did was inside receivers scoring touchdowns. They ran the mesh concept, pick plays. They ran a lot of guys coming in motion. They would swing the ball out to them on that little ghost motion. That was the thing they did, and that was one of the touchdowns that Emmett Johnson caught. Just flare out of the backfield, hit him, and he ran in the end zone.
You're giving me bad memories. Who's that guy at Texas Tech when they killed Torian Henderson?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of 2004 Torian Henderson. When you said that, first thing I thought of, oh, God. That was brutal. I watched that at my in-laws' house in Iowa.
Ugh. Yeah,
man.
No, hey, imagine having to host a call-in show on the network after that.
After 70-10?
Yeah. On the network.
Best part.
So you couldn't, I mean, if we were doing it on this station, we could, this is terrible. This is the worst thing ever. But on the network, you had to be like, well, I know it was pretty bad.
Were you at the game, Jack?
No, I was. This last one, you mean?
No, the Texas Tech game in 2004. You didn't go, did you?
No. I was in Lubbock. I watched at my in-laws' house in Iowa.
Okay, that's right. So you're sitting there, and they go to halftime, and it's Bosworth in that cabin. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah, it's like a TNT game, or TBS or whatever, and they had that cabin where Bosworth was in the cabin. I think he might have been in there with Charles Davis.
Oh, is this like a studio?
Yeah,
like a halftime show. Bosworth was on it.
Yeah, and it was in a cabin. I remember, like,
How do you remember this?
It was like the most They did it all season long. They were in this damn cabin, and that would be like the halftime show, and it was so weird. And then they put Bo Davis in, who I liked. Because I like long necks.
Yeah.
Bo Davis comes in and, throws the 4 picks. And I'm just like, oh, my God. So Monday, I know I got to go listen to, because I talked up Bo Davis. And I got to listen to Bo Davis criticism from Kevin. Yeah, it was wonderful.
By the way, I forgot about this. With 2 minutes left in the first half, it was only 14-3.
Yeah. Yeah, it was cool. And it didn't get blown out until Bo came. So
Really?
Bo Davis came in and threw 4 picks.
And Mark LaFleur caught that touchdown early in the third quarter. So it was 21-10 in the third quarter. The scoring really didn't start until 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, and then it was a flood.
It was a flood.
Because they scored 3 touchdowns in the course of 2 minutes and 13 seconds. And then in the fourth quarter, they scored 3 more touchdowns in the span of 4 minutes and 2 seconds.
Tarian Henderson had a few of those, I bet.
He had a career in the league, too. He played for
3. He had a 3-yard run, a 1-yard run, and a 6-yard reception.
Yeah, here it is. He was with TBS, College Ball Studio Analyst, from 2003 to 2004. So he did it for 2 years, but it was really memorable for me.
I don't remember that. That's crazy.
I don't either. Maybe because I wasn't paying attention at that
The
point.
thing I remember from that era of college football media is when Lou Holtz on Thursday nights would do the pump up speech. You guys remember that?
Everywhere, yeah.
He did the one. What I think it was. It would have been probably 2001, before 2001, Nebraska Notre Dame. Maybe I remember I think he did it in those early aughts years, and it was hilarious. Oh my God! And then they did the court thing with Mark May. Man, there was some really corny ESPN stuff.
They did some really late night stuff.
Didn't wasn't it Trev and Mark May, and they had like a court?
Trev and Mark May.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Like they had like a court though. Oh, it was.
Yeah, that was. I think the court was after. I don't think Trev did
was that
court
after
before?
Trev?
I think it was
might have
after
been
Trev with the court stuff.
It might have been with.
I think so. Yeah,
Probably.
because I don't think Trev would have actually stayed on the set. I think he might have left. Actually, it was Ernie Johnson in there with Boz. My fault.
Oh, that's right. It's
Ernie
a TNT
Johnson
thing.
and
Ernie
Bosworth.
Johnson's
Yeah,
on
it was
everything.
Ernie Johnson. It was TBS, and Ernie was in
That's
there.
funny. So now, famously, Michael won't even recognize this tomorrow because he famously does not notice uniforms, but Nebraska is going all red. Are we happy that this is happening for this game? Are we happy that it's happening at all?
I mean, like I was there in 1986, the last time they did it. I was in the stadium. It was the second game I ever went to with my dad, and I told you, John, this morning about how I remembered walking into the stadium. My dad about fell over walking in because he couldn't believe they were wearing all red, to the point where he grabbed his little camera, and he took a bunch of pictures that he got developed 2 weeks later to look at when they were all over the newspaper. But he took a bunch of pictures of it. So, like, I'm sort of glad. I always wanted them to do it at some point, just so I could sort of, for me personally,
Right.
just so I could sort of think about that. Even though that game was horrendous and I have terrible feelings about the end of the game, I still have nostalgic feelings as a kid going to a game with my dad for it. So, like, I don't really think it looks good, but
no, it looks terrible.
But I'm glad that they basically are just using the regular pants. So, and they're not, doing making it an alternate, right? Like an all red alternate, like the avoid the Noid thing. And they got so they still have the white stripes. So they look I like how they look almost identical to the 1986 look, except without like the patches that they've got all up here and on the pants.
Do we realize if they're in the end zone as much as we think they are tomorrow, that's going to be a hard watch on TV because it's going to be red on red. Red on red on red on red.
Remember when Boise would do that with the blue uniforms?
I know.
And they actually had the guy hide in the end zone.
I was going to say, maybe this is a Mike Eckler plan for like a punt return play or something.
Yep. Do it. Why not? By the way, it was Big PlayStation Saturday. That's what Bosworth was a part of. Big PlayStation Saturday. Sorry, I didn't finish that.
Well, maybe, I'm sure there have been Husker fans over the years that have always wanted to go back on YouTube and relive the memories of that infamous night in Lubbock. If for anything else, go back and see if you can watch Big PlayStation Saturday.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, I'm curious. What do you think Dylan Raiola? How different do you think he looks this year in the small sample that we've got than than what we saw from him last year?
I think I saw him, at least in this game, make some of those tight throws we've been talking about. I mean, the throw to Dan Key was just a great throw, put in the perfect spot, catchable spot for Dan Key. He had one in Isaiah Hunter I thought was a great throw. He gave Barney the shot on that fade down the far sideline where he a little short, so to come back and catch it. But no, I see a lot of things that are encouraging in him. I'm one of those people that I want to see him do it against Michigan. I want to see him do it against USC. I want to see him do it against Michigan State. I want to see him go into those games and make tight window throws and give his wide receivers chances to make big plays, even if they're not completely open. That's what I want to see. And I also want to see him handle himself in the pocket, because there were a couple times last year, and even in game 1 against Cincinnati, where I thought there were times where he needed to climb the pocket and he didn't, and he got sacked. So I want to see him do that in the big games, and we're not going to see that until they play Michigan in a couple of weeks.
That's what I was wondering. That's why I mean it seems to me, and it's been a lot about, I guess, the opponent the last week, but for now it seems like he's not trying as hard to make plays, but more to just kind of run plays.
Be a part of the offense.
To some degree. And I think like he felt like he needed to, for whatever reason, to some degree last year, and maybe he did need to. But I mean, I'm with you. I want to see what 2025 Dylan Raiola looks like versus Michigan, or like you said, versus another defense, versus a legit pass rush, versus a legit secondary. And if he passes that test, and I'm like, okay, this looks different. He looks calmer. He looks like the game slowed down. I'm going to be really excited, but I do need to see it in that kind of a situation.
A lot of his numbers, we went over the stats for each team a couple months ago now. He was really good, turnover-worthy plays. For a freshman, he was really good. He was really good, turnover-worthy plays under pressure for a freshman. But it was that big play that was missing. And obviously we saw it against, Akron. But can we see those big plays happen down the road? That's going to be the difference in winning a close game and not.
You mentioned the Barney throw. I still just want to see one in-stride fly pattern bomb, right? Like, I think he probably did that last year, but like that there may not be any legit reason. I just need to see it. But
he missed a bunch last year. But obviously, the one that you think about is going back to the UTEP game down that sideline.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, that was right in the bucket.
I was so excited when I saw it. I was like, if he's going to do that, this is going to get fun. Really, there were a couple of passes in that game. I think both Banks and Nayor had a play where he made a really good pass, and then he did that one where he's going across his body across the middle. Two in that game. And I don't know if you've seen a pass that's been as good as that. That key pass was really good.
Key pass is pretty good.
Yeah,
he might have had 3 of his best passes in that first game. He had a few more during the year for sure, but those were really impressive.
Obviously, a lot of people's attention has been focused on Michigan next week. Jack is the keeper of all things fans and hype and discussion. Could next week be bigger in terms of fan excitement and hype than Colorado?
I
mean, they're different circumstances.
No,
theoretically, this is a key moment for Nebraska. They have to prove at some point that they can beat somebody, and whether or not you think Michigan is the Michigan of 2 years ago is irrelevant. It's somebody, and they're going to have a number next to their name most likely.
I mean, the answer to your question is the game is a bigger game than Colorado.
Yes, the game is a bigger game, but will the fans treat it like that?
It's not going to feel as big from the fans as Colorado, and there's one reason why Dion is not involved with it.
Yeah, and Colorado, just the
feeling. The Colorado, the uniform brings a different level of disdain. When I think about it, not that I'm like Michigan's either, but Colorado's just at a completely different level. But I will say this, like, I think the fan base is going to go in with a different sort of mindset that they've gone into big games. It's always sort of been when Nebraska's got a shot, Ohio State's coming in. Of course, Nebraska's a big underdog when they came in 2019 for game day, or anytime Nebraska's got a chance to pull off the big win, Michigan in 2021. And of course, in those games when Nebraska was underdogs, but not massive underdogs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was always kind of like, well, if a lot of things go right, if some things go right for Nebraska and they play at the top of their game, I think they really could do this. I think it is going to sound significantly more optimistic from the fan base going into this game, for right or wrong. I just think they've never, like you said, they've never experienced a four game win streak in this period of time, right? And
Correct.
they're likely gonna come off from two huge blowouts, which may or may not make a difference. And Michigan's looked like Michigan has at the beginning of this year. It is going to be a confident feeling Memorial Stadium in a way that you have not felt in a long time going into that game. Will it be justified? We'll find out afterwards, but I think that alone changes the feeling of the game.
It's like 11-10. So you turn the volume up to 11 because it was Colorado and the way that game was set up and Shador and all those. And then this is like 10. So it's high as you can be, but just can't be what Colorado
It can't be what Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, that one is, I don't know that you can match with everything unless both teams were rated. I just don't know that you can really match that because the whole Deion, we're going to look back at those first year and a half of Deion and just be like, man, that was a wild time, because it was. I mean, it really was. And it was entertaining as hell.
Yes, it was. All right, we got to run. We'll do it again next week. Jack, have a good one.
Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend,
thank
everybody.
you.
Bye, Jack.
For Nick, I'm John. We'll talk to you tomorrow. 1620 the pregame tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. right here on 1620 The Zone. Have a good one, folks.